welcome, every single person in my chat. Welcome to you, Jenny Burns, and to you, Temperance Quilla, to you, Kamikaze. Welcome to yet another episode of WhickTV. I've been slacking, gang. I've been slacking. It's true. I failed you. I used to do these call-in shows every week, but it's been a hot minute since we've had an actual chill, relaxed, easygoing, just call in and shoot the shit show. But you know what? That's okay. To make up for that, I brought you a very special guest. Tuna, hello.
You're doing everything you can. You're doing everything you can not to say the inappropriate intellectual disability slur right now. Yeah, I'm so special. Thanks for having me on, Wick. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Oh, it's been a day, gang. I know we were live a little early, so I'm gonna wait for you guys to start trickling in. But the early bird gets the worm, so I just want to start off, right, by saying this is a call-in show. And if you want to call in and talk to us, you very much can. You hit that exclamation point Discord and chat. You click that link. You accept the rules, and then you jump backstage. And then we pull you in. We talk to you about whatever it is that you want to talk about, good, bad, or ugly, right? But there's a few things that have happened recently, right? That I wanna go over. Tuna, did you see Elon Musk's tweet today?
No. I have a different timeline than you. I don't see that guy very often. What's the clown circus today?
So yeah, I get you, right? I don't follow him, but every once in a while, someone will bring something to my attention that he has said that is a bittersweet, and this is a very bittersweet thing. So you know how I've been pushing back against certain rhetoric online, right? Like the river to the sea, the decolonization, all that. And I've been like, yo, you guys, you probably shouldn't be using these terms, especially the river to sea part, right? Because it's kind of yikesy, right? It's got some a lot of baggage attached to it, and we've had these backs and forths.
Yeah,
So
you're Israel's strongest fighter as of these last weeks.
I am.
That's what everyone
I
would say.
promise you, I'm not. I am pro Palestine and pro Israel, right? But people think that if I'm not shouting death to Israel, that somehow I'm like this Israel stan, and it's just not true. But Elon Musk made a tweet, and I'm not sure if this is actually going to be a policy change that he implements, but it's quite possible he does. This is a tweet, and I'll read it out to you, gang. He says, as I said earlier this week, decolonization and from the river to the sea, similar euphemisms necessarily imply genocide. Hooray! It's recognized officially. But here's the bittersweet part. Here's the bitter to that sweet. Yeah, okay, great. It's what we've been saying all along. Clear calls for extreme violence are against their terms of service and will result in suspension. No! That's not how you do this. We don't play that game. We don't do this fucking censorship shit. We don't say no, right? Like I am upset, Tuna. I am upset because you know what? I'm not Israel's strongest soldier, but you know what I am? I am the First Amendment strongest soldier. I will take that title. I will bear that crown. I will wear it upon my head. I will sit on that throne and I will fight day and night to defend people's rights to say stupid ass shit online and offline, right? That's what I will do. And I will take up that cross.
You'll downright give them a place to do it.
I will. This is a call-in stream, right? And as long as you don't get me demonetized, right? You can say whatever you like. I've had plenty of people come to my show before, call me an idiot, call me stupid, call me retarded, say I'm, shilling for Israel, and other such things. But you know what? It's okay, because you were allowed to say that, and I'm allowed to tell you you're retarded. And that's the deal. That's the game. That's how we play it. What we don't do, gang, what we do not do is censor each other. And unfortunately, Elon Musk is a poor advocate for free speech. I had hopes before he bought the platform, when there was some talk about him becoming the head of Twitter, I was like, okay, well, maybe something's got to change because it wasn't working. What was happening in Twitter wasn't good, wasn't working. So maybe a change in leadership is what we need. But unfortunately, Elon Musk was not the soldier, not the champion that we needed for this. He was a poor substitute, a
I mean,
poor representative.
you
Anyway,
don't you don't go after the reins of power to just not use them. Anybody that's trying to like own a platform, not to defend it, more just to say like, everybody is free speech's biggest defender until they own the means to censor, and then all of a sudden, Twitter's not a free speech platform. It's very, very interesting how that works. We can my timeline's gonna have let's give it 3 months. I'm never gonna hear the word Hamas again, but I am gonna see a lot of black people getting into fights inside of public school videos. So the platform's going in his ideological direction more and more every day.
see, you say this, right? But I think that I'm built differently, unironically. Like, I think that I'm built differently. If you made me head of Twitter, if suddenly I was appointed to be the guardian of free speech on Twitter, um, do I think I would do a perfect job? Obviously not. But I would do a far better job. Like, my ideology that I want to promote is allowing you to say stupid shit, right? Like, from the river to the sea, and having everyone see what you say, and then again judge you accordingly. But yeah, I think that I'm just so disappointed with Elon Musk. I should have seen it coming. He's made some stupid ass decisions before even taking Twitter, but I thought maybe this time would be different, and I was wrong, gang. I was wrong.
I mean, if we can find a way to make free speech a weed joke, he would go back to it. That's the only thing that we need to do. If we can find a way to make it so that letting people talk in whatever way they want, have free communication, if it was a funny little joke, he wouldn't be able to resist. That's the one thing at the heart of that man. The one thing at the heart of the man is, what can I do for a meme? I don't think that he cares
But they're
about
not
much
even
else.
funny memes is the problem. Like they're not even funny, right? A lot of these memes are just stupid. And this is me. This is Wick, one of the most unfunny men on this platform, saying this. Okay, and if I think what you're doing is childish and stupid and not funny, then you know what? Maybe take that into consideration, right?
A new strategy. Next time that you do, that you make like some kind of political slogan that is anti-imperialist, make sure that you include like a poop joke, like a fart joke. It needs to be lowbrow, high politic, lowbrow.
It's just not my kind of humor. The poopy jokes aren't me. I guess I
Wait,
just
what is your type of humor? Who's your favorite comedian?
I don't
It's time for us to interview Wick. What's your favorite comedian, Wick?
I hate these questions because I don't know, right? Like I have comedians that I laugh at and comedians that I don't. I liked Dave Chappelle. I thought he was super funny, right? But I don't really watch comedy shows in general. And in fact, like one of my favorite comedies is Tucker and Dale versus Evil, right? Have you ever seen that movie?
No.
It's a great movie. It's a comedy horror. And that's kind of like my genre. I like comedy horror. I like dark humor a lot.
Shaun of
I
the
like
Dead?
Shaun of the Dead was all right. Yeah, it was pretty funny, but it wasn't
Mhm.
like it wasn't the same level. Look, if you haven't seen Tucker and Dale versus Evil, Portland is burning shit up. Your media takes are trash. Okay, first of all, and second of all,
Portland thought that Pearl was like the best horror movie of all time. It was just a woman with asymmetrical features crying for 90 minutes. I'm not sure whether or not that makes for great cinema.
yeah, Portland is just bad at cinema takes. Like I love Portland, like a brother. He's
Well,
like a
he
brother
smokes
to me,
weed, so
but
he's got
his
weed. He's got weed taste. He's got the most
is
weed taste.
that it? Am I just not
The
brain
plot
damaged
needs
enough?
to progress. The plot needs to progress like an ant crosses an ocean. It needs to move so slow that it can filter through his 15 hertz brain.
Rastafarian says Cabin in the Woods was good horror comedy. unironically, yes, A Cabin in the Woods was a great, funny movie, right? It was less on the humor side than the horror side, but it was still great. It was still excellent. I
Wait, what's
recommend that
Cabin in the
highly.
Woods? Is this a new one? Is it an old
Cabin in the
one?
Woods? Have you not seen any? Tunachip, what are you doing? Do you just not consume media?
I don't watch movies. I don't watch movies. I'm not a movie watcher. I'd say that I usually see about 5 movies a year tops. And I'm not talking about new movies. I'm talking also
Okay.
watching classic movies that's in
Well,
my
you are just missing out. One day I have to sit you down. Maybe this is what's going to happen. I'm going to come over. I'm going to kidnap you. I'm going to throw you, put a bag over your head, throw you in a van, drive you to somewhere, a cabin in the woods, ironically, and have a bunch of pre-downloaded videos of these movies and make you watch them. And so you'll be all caught up. And then
I'm
you can
gonna have
say the excuse that you didn't
I'm
choose
gonna
to
be
do this.
strapped up like Clockwork
Yes,
Orange watching
absolutely.
fucking the JFK documentary.
See,
Guys,
I'm
get me the
I'm
fuck out of
surprised you
here.
even knew what the Clockwork Orange was based on your media consumption habits, right?
So,
Because
hold on. A man murders a woman with a porcelain cock. You think I'm not gonna watch that?
touche, touche.
Thank you.
We have
Thank
a
you.
caller though.
I'm high culture, sir.
We have a caller though. Let's bring him in. What up? You're live.
Hey guys,
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, is this Ben Thorpe?
Ben Thorpe. Yeah. So
Benny boy, brother, how you doing?
good. Let me see if I Grace, can you figure this out? Good. I'm sorry, I'm a boomer. So
No,
You
you're
and me
good,
both,
brother.
brother.
I wanted to talk. You guys were talking about free speech a little bit,
A little bit,
Yeah.
and I actually, when I was first getting on streams about a year ago, I had some interesting debates about it. I think it might be more nuanced. Like you guys have the idea. I mean, obviously there are limitations, right? You're not going to say like yelling fire in a crowded room is okay.
Well,
But you're saying
actually, wait. If there is a fire in the crowded room, you need to say there's a fire in the crowded room. So no,
No,
I'm not
he's
against the
obviously
fire
talking
calling fire in
about
a crowded theater because it's very important. If there is a fire in a crowded theater, that someone shout,
True.
"There's a fire in the crowded theater,"
True.
and we can't do this like chilling effect, right? Where
Oh my
we
God,
we
we know.
punish people. But sorry, just a pet peeve. My bad. Carry on.
Well, there would be some limitations. Everyone would say there were some limitations. Okay, but also here's the problem I had. I was getting shut down a lot, but you guys seem a little more open. But you have to say that the 20th century involved massive bloodbaths, right? The German and Russian regimes were horrendous. I don't know if anyone could defend them. However, both of them started with groups of people having conversations about ideas. And that was the origin. So, like, that speech was not censored, and those ideas. So the idea that the marketplace of ideas is a place where it's what involves is a very positive view of human nature, which I don't think bears out historically.
So
But
here's
it doesn't necessarily mean that. I mean, it could just come down to, and this would be my own perspective, that it isn't the language that causes it, but the language is a symptom of changes that are making people go towards those opinions. People went towards Nazi Germany for economic, social, post-war trauma reasons, and people started, if anything, the language is the canary in the coal mine of ideology. When things are about to hit the fan, shit starts pouring out of teeth. So all you have to do is kind of have the free speech as, if anything, it's like when you make the gas smell bad so that you know when the gas leak happens. I want people's speech to be open and free so that we have a decent warning the next time that the room filling with gas is going to have a locked door and all the Jews are inside of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'd be nice to see those things coming in language.
Well, like, for example, there was at the time there was this thing, the Alex Jones. You remember the like $1 billion lawsuit or whatever the hell that was
about the Sandy Hook kids, and he
had to claim himself a comedian.
Yeah. Now, so on like the people. So what I watched I had watched these videos where people had gone to the homes of people who had lost children in horrific, mass killings. But there were people who said, no, those are federal agents. And they stood outside their door and they harangued them about, the law. And they demanded to see their child, to dig them up and, this kind of thing. That I think should be limited. I think there should be an authority that says, leave those fucking people alone. We have to be able to say, like, there are limits here.
Well, that wouldn't be speech. That would be harassment. And let me kind of maybe define
even
what
online,
I mean by
even online.
Yeah, but well, even online you can harass someone, right? But let me kind of maybe give you my take on what I mean by free speech. So what I mean by free speech is that everyone should be able to express their ideas without fear of censure by the government or losing their job, etc. Now, that's much different than someone acting on those ideas with their speech. So there's a difference between saying, hey, I think you should be able to say any slur you want, and calling someone a slur. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, that would be the context of the speech.
Sure.
You mean punching someone or lynching someone would be different than saying stuff.
So, let me give you an example. I think it's perfectly okay. Well, I wouldn't say okay, but it's something that I would defend someone's right to say, hey, I think you should be able to look at child porn, right? I think someone should be able to advocate for that and not be censored by the government, right? Not get arrested or anything like that. However, if they are actually making child porn, I think that you should arrest that motherfucker, right?
Yeah,
There's
okay,
a much
so that's
different thing.
Okay, so that's speech, but here's what I would just say philosophically. Do you disagree with me that speech and language is the basis of thought, and thoughts are the basis of actions? So it's a tricky issue. I'm basically
speech is how we express our thoughts, right?
When it comes with the Sandy Hook situation, with the parents of Sandy Hook, one of the main reasons that this is a problem is because we're not enforcing and we're not defining certain spaces as being private or being inside of a certain domain. People at the funerals that people were being harassed at the funerals. It would stand to reason, in my opinion, that a graveyard during a point of a burial, especially one as large as this, would disbar the public from being able to just enter however they want. And they would do whatever they can to make it so that, people can have speech out on the street, off the property, like they would normally do. Right. And anybody trying to go in to the graveyard would be infringing on a rented venue. That's one way to solve that. In the same way that, say, shouting fire in a movie theater should be against the terms and conditions of the movie theater. Like, we're not trying to say that free speech permeates into all domains at all times. There are some spaces that you enter on conditions. When we say that free speech should exist, what we really mean is that there should be somewhere for all people, somewhere, some public domain where people can go and express themselves openly. The debate about the internet is whether or not the internet should be considered a network of private spaces, or if it should be considered a public space mediating several private spaces. That's
mediating some public spaces. Like Twitter is obviously a private space technically, but it has the freedom of a utility. So I mean, that's like a very specific problem, but I just am interested in this overall idea. I don't think that like what I'm saying is there's a view of human nature underlying this, which is that if we're given 10 choices and people debate it, they will come out, this is the Enlightenment, that they will come out with the right answer, and we will be like, I don't think that's true.
I mean, I don't think it's true either.
And that's the problem with censorship. Then why are we saying
it's a good idea?
Well, this is the problem with censorship, exactly what you said. If you get 10 people together to decide which speech is not kosher, right, and should be censored, the idea that they'll come out with the right idea of what to censor is also wild. So we take that tool off the table because we recognize as people, we as a society, as cultures, we are generally pretty bad at deciding what to censor and what not to censor, right? Like historically, we've done a poor job at that, right?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Well,
I like in other words, I would use as an example that there were limits to speech. It has to do with like a society deciding on its values and then protecting those values from assaults on it. So I would say from whatever 400 AD until the breaking of the Christian consensus of Christendom in the 1500s, you did have, bodies that would not allow you to say certain things, and that kept the society's values. Like, of course, Jews and Muslims were exempted in some ways, but not always.
yeah, but those
And I do
values were
think,
bad. Like we understand that in a lot of ways, those values that these societies had that they were enforcing limited people. They were oppressive. It was not what I would consider free societies for the most part. There's exceptions.
well, but you're
Right?
defining it. You're saying it wasn't good because it limited it, and I'm saying it's good, and the limitations served those purposes. You can disagree with the values of Christendom, although I don't see how anyone can really. But if you want to just theoretically say like this has never been able to be done, it has. Of course, mostly people didn't say crazy shit then because of social pressure, but it was backed at the highest level by like, no, you can't say certain things. And then you say, well, how are we going to figure out who has the role of saying that, right? And so you end up with authorities like the church and the state, which are determined, I mean, largely by hierarchies, right? And so those who have the loudest voice have the most money and the most, so
Well, then
interesting.
there are a couple of things I would push here. So the first one would be, I don't think that you need to be an Enlightenment thinker to be pro free speech. I believe in free speech on its integral value. I think that free speech has a value unto itself. It doesn't need to be a means towards the end of a just, perfect society. Number one, I don't think we're ever going to get to the end of history. I don't think we're ever going to get to a point where politics is over. Resources change, conditions change, and we're always going to be reformulating around that. We're going to be creating language to convince people to be on our team and to decide to distribute those things as they will. Now, if your thought here is that at the period of time where we limited speech, things were more stable, ideas, there was more coherence, so theoretically people were more on board with a single idea, I would push instead to say, instead of stability coming from the hegemony, the stability actually was what allowed the hegemony. And technological advances pushed us to a place where the word doesn't have the same value. If you read The Humiliation of the Word by Jacques Ellul, I know that you are a Catholic.
I know Jacques Ellul, yeah.
Okay, I was going to say, his entire point here is that history's technological developments have changed the value of the sacrament. It's not that the word lost value because we stopped limiting other forms of speech and we allowed the proliferation of other forms of speech. It's that we could not help but have those other forms of speech come to the same level of prominence, the same arguability, because empirical truth was more important than authority. At that point, as soon as the camera came out, as soon as the newspaper came out, as soon as now to this point we have video, we're starting to actually hit the event horizon on this entire empirical truth is undeniable thing with the AI stuff. What's probably gonna what we're probably collapsing into, as people call it, the post-truth era or anything, what we're actually going to get to is this extreme level of skepticism where the only truth that you believe is in your immediate domain. It's no longer pictures, videos, cameras, news press, and we've already seen it today. It's, I believe what I see in the flesh.
No, it's narratives. Even with videos, right? You watch the George Floyd video. No one really doubts that. I'm sure there's some cuckoos who don't think that happened, but people can watch the same exact footage, and depending on their narrative, if they believe that the police are oppressive of minorities,
sure,
it's a terrible thing. If they think minorities are out of control, then It's about time, right? It's not based on what you see. It's based on what narrative you bring to it. So video hasn't really changed anything, but narratives are stories. And the core of all cultures is the story of their culture and where it came from and what they value. And so I think that's something we need to figure out again.
Video has changed. I'm not going to get into infinite debate because obviously there's a call-in show. We could have a longer talk about this, but video has set up what the conversation and what the narratives have to contend with, which is
It's interesting
the
video.
narratives. It does test the narratives. There are ways, there are videos, and I agree with you that a lot of people that are, say, let's take the most ACAB down to the blood permanent anarchist that you could possibly take, some kind of, eternally 20-year-old male in the United States, raised in New York City. He's going to see a video of somebody, of a black man robbing an innocent person, then learn later that he isn't actually dealing with poor socioeconomic conditions, and all of these previous arguments that existed before. He's going to be thrown into a variety of narratives to speak from, and he's probably going to have to pick one of them, and he's probably going to pick the one that is most familiar. He cares probably more about familiarity than truth. At the same time, none of the narratives are actually offering the truth. They're offering a way to grapple with a temporary lapse in your prior narrative. If you get to the point where you see something happen and you have to think of it as part of a trend as opposed to like a particular incidence unique from other incidences, once you get into that, then yeah, you are mass-minded. You are the type of person that will join a Donald Trump, will join a Soviet uprising. But a lot of people are not mass-minded. A lot of people get exhausted and just leave the practice. Most people are not political in that way.
If I can rewind it back to what you said free speech is an intrinsically valuable thing.
Yes.
Of course, it would be subordinate to the common good, wouldn't it?
No.
Well, the free speech, I would say, is the common good, right? Like, it is a technology. It's a tool that we have, and it's to remove bad ideas and to promote good ideas. Have you heard of the Mill's Trident? Do you know what that is? So, John Stuart Mill had what's called the Mill's Trident. Had three stances on free speech, right? And his assertion was that no matter what you say, any statement, there's three possibilities, okay? So if you make an assertion, there's three possibilities that could happen. Your assertion's 100% true, okay? If your assertion is 100% true, then obviously free speech has a benefit because truth helps the word. You can get that out. It's good that people are able to challenge it because you can show them why you're right and why they're wrong. It's very good. The second possibility is you're somewhat true, somewhat not. And in that case, free speech helps as well because you can get closer to the somewhat true by removing the bad ideas from your assertion, right? And the third possibility is that whatever you're saying is just 100% wrong. In which case, yes, we also want free speech because we have to be able to challenge that assertion. So no matter what you say, right, no matter what truth you're trying to put out there, free speech will help the society or the culture or the community, right, that you're a part of, get closer to the truth and what you want. Because unfortunately, if we can deny the truth for a good long time, but eventually it's going to catch up to us. And the closer we are to the truth of a thing, the better it's going to be for us in the end.
Okay, so you have a progressive view of society that we're getting closer and closer to the truth.
Well, I don't think currently we are because we have, look, in the last 5-10 years, we've gotten more censorious as a culture. That's been bad. I think we're moving in a bad direction currently. But I think that if you extend that over the last 100 years, then yes, we are improving, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, well, okay, so, but if it was going in the opposite direction, would you say that's whatever we're doing is also great? Or you're saying everywhere where speech, which has been limited, is
free speech makes free limited people.
Okay, but that's like that's a tautology.
It is,
right? But does it make people who are more aware of the truth? I don't think so. It can confuse people. Have you guys ever been in the conspiracy sphere? Have you ever talked with people who are really into conspiracies? I mean, they are lost in the sauce.
I mean, we are on Twitch,
and
so,
they can become
yeah.
quite dangerous. They can become quite dangerous.
Oh shit! I should ask. You're not banned from Twitch, are you?
No, I'm not banned from anything.
Okay. I just
I don't even have a strike on you.
I just want to make sure that I don't. Okay, carry on.
But you can't say certain things. But I don't think it's gonna.
No, I made a mistake a few weeks ago and had someone who was banned on Twitch on my stream, and I got a strike for it. And I
don't think I've ever been on Twitch, though.
Fair enough. Carry on.
My Twitch cherry.
Okay, Wick takes a progressive view. I personally just think that free speech and free expression, I think it's the point of living. I think that it is like the very point of living is freedom, is agency.
Point of living is freedom.
Yes, very, very, very much so.
It's not happiness?
Not happiness, no. People will sacrifice their happiness for their agency and for things that they consider a good goal at the moment all the time.
They will sacrifice their agency for happiness. Like when things are really chaotic, usually a strong leader who doesn't want to hear it will be elected, right? Or raised.
How do you explain a person going to war? How do you explain a person jumping in front of a bullet? How do you explain a person lifting a car to try and get their baby from underneath it? Pain and suffering, and very often the sacrifice of your very life are things that are things you will do because you make the choice and because it is an extension of your agency, because you're willed to do it partially by your emotions and by your, biochemistry, obviously, but that's not happiness. There's more. There's more.
You guys don't have any philosophical training. You don't understand. You're talking about the nature of free will. Like, of course, no one can take free will away from anyone in the sense that we have agency on that level.
I can limit your agency. I absolutely can.
Yeah, right? But the core thing of you can limit my agency, but I still can choose to either resist or, you know what I mean? So choice itself is baked in. Determinists disagree with that, but I think that's a crazy position. But we all know we are free. But the question is, I think free speech rights is a political question, and political questions all usually refer to like the common good of a society. Is it good for society? Which would be not defined as...
political questions are about the cultural values and norms of a society more than I think the common good. Because
maybe you guys don't even believe in objective truth. Is there anything like that's objectively true in your world?
I believe in objective. I believe in objective truth. I don't necessarily believe in objective moral truths. That's something that I think that the language confuses more than anything else. So I think it's one of those.
Okay, so then you can't get anywhere.
Metaphysics that's kind of like a waste of time, in my opinion.
I think that I'll say that there are things that are just objectively morally true. Like objectively morally true. You shouldn't burn babies in an oven, right? Like that's an objective moral truth. I don't care what culture you're from. That's just wrong, right? Now when we can get to the gray areas. There are gray areas where I'm just personally not sure what the right answer would be or what the right moral would be.
When objective gets used this way, the main thing that it's trying to say is undeniable, or that it's sans experience or something, right? But I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying to say that that feels like a way of saying these are the most secure, the easiest, the most transmissible. But nonetheless, they do have to be ported from subject to subject. They have to be understood by a subject.
Is it good? Is it ideal that children have two parents? It's obviously.
Is it ideal?
Is that the best?
It depends on the ends, man. It really depends.
Two biological parents.
Now you talk about the common good, and I think that you have a more like molar.
Not to cut this short, gang, but I'm just letting you know if you're waiting in the backstage, we will get to you. This is a call-in show.
Yeah.
So I'd love to have this conversation in a more like
I'm not trying to
range format, right? But
it just the problem is sometimes you can't get anywhere with people unless they're going to concede. Why would you debate something if you don't concede that there's truth?
No, I think there's truth.
Right.
I think that
but of course, if there's truth, then there's moral truth as well. Part of it.
That's I think that there's truth, and I think that there are different types of truth, and that what moral truth is different than what, say,
but
a
you have to
physical
concede
truth
that there is a moral truth. There's no such thing as a physical truth.
I mean, we disagree, man. And
those are ideas. Truth is an idea. It's not a like. There are facts, but truth is in here.
Truth.
Right?
Oh, okay.
Basic common sense.
I have one last point to cap it. If you wanted
Please,
to get
please,
into the nitty gritty, we could later. But yeah, like it is a call-in show.
But
what I was going to say is, you speak on the common good as being what morals refers to.
Politically.
Or yeah, obviously political.
Personally, happiness. Obviously,
don't let me misquote you. But what I'm trying to say is that I think that politics is rather a pluralistic function. There are many different forces playing at once. Some of them personal, some of them emotional, some of them genuinely ideological. But that politics is just a place where several different strands, different conflicts emerge and get tangled together. This is why culture war exists. Nobody actually gives a shit about Black Cripple Santa. No one gives a fuck about it. But what they do care about is something that it represents inside of a matrix of interwoven concepts.
Right. And so if there are conflicts, how does society resolve them? So for the common good, to preserve things like people's ability to express themselves, but also to keep people from going off the rails.
You see, to me, that sounds like a much more progressivist view than what I think is descriptive, which is people advocate for what they think is the common good, but nobody agrees, and there is no true common good.
Well, how we make decisions is also a political question at the end of the day, right? Like, do we have a technocracy and authority that on high that dictates to us what we should and should do? Do we let people, and to what extent do we let people have a say in the day-to-day governing of the common people? But these are things, Ben, it was nice to talk to you, but there's a list. See you later,
guys.
buddy.
Voided.
Lot of.
I didn't get to ask whether or not Grace got a message back from Sam Hyde yet. Grace, let us know. Grace was trying to reach out to Sam Hyde to do a stream.
I have no idea about that, but if she wants to call in, she may. Let's bring on the next guest.
Oh my God.
Speaking of cool people and political questions, Allison, what's up?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. What do you got for us?
Loud and clear.
Okay, I've got like a interesting fight on my Twitter, basically. It's some rad femmes versus some trad wives. Okay, are you interested?
Rads v trads, let's get it.
Go for it.
Okay. So basically, I tried to find the original post, but it started with these like trad wife accounts, which a lot of people do suspect.
Wait, what
are run
team
by
are you
men,
on, Allison? Are you team Tradwife or team Radfem?
Well, I'm more Radfem sympathetic, but I'm on neither team. Okay, I'm not a team player.
You have to choose a side. Come on. I'll be team Tradwife. I'm team Tradwife, and Tuna's going to be team Radfem for this. But go ahead.
Okay, so basically it started with there was some post on, I believe, a postpartum subreddit. And it was talking about a person who dealt with some form of postpartum mental illness and also like extremely painful childbirth, and how she was having a lot of problems because she really did not have like any desire for sex whatsoever, and it was like starting to affect her marriage. And basically these trad wives were just like roasting this woman, like, oh my God, how dare, like, how could you do this to your husband, like blah 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 blah. Started talking about like sex as a duty, like spouses are entitled to having sex with each other, like, you know, it's painful sometimes, but life is painful. But basically, like, rad femmes have caught wind of this, and they're just like roasting these women. Like, okay, one of my favorite posts from this is a little spicy, but she says, this particular genre of tradwife posting is the direct equivalent of OnlyFans chicks thirst trapping. There is literally no difference in function. And then she provides 3 screenshots. I'll read those out to you right now. One of them says, what the actual? No, sorry. Even after tearing my clitoris during birth, I still wanted to have sex with my husband. Was it painful? You bet. But sex is a living, breathing part of marriage. You just don't abandon it and your husband because reasons. Absolutely shameful. Okay, another one. This is so awful. I feel so bad for this man. A wife should never refuse sex with her husband nor neglect her physical appearance. I've seen this many times, and something has to change. Last one. Women who deny their husband sex because they, quote, have a headache disgust me. Coming up with excuses to get out of sex is abhorrent behavior.
Okay.
The Bible commands married couples not to deny one another. But then wait, last thing. Part two, important, of the Radfem critique. She said this is the same thing as OnlyFans thirst trapping. Because who is this for? It certainly isn't for other women. No woman has sympathy for or is going to cheerlead some chick talking about being the human equivalent of a difficult cum rag.
Allison, do you think if you're in a relationship and you really don't want to do something, but you know it would make your partner happy, do you think that that is something that you should generally, for the most part, try to do? You don't. You're not into it, right? Like maybe dishes. You know that you're tired.
We're talking about people who feel like they're being impaled during sex. That's what we're talking about specifically. So say that. We're talking about people in excruciating pain having sex. That's what we're talking about specifically. Excruciating physical pain.
Okay. Well, obviously there are levels here, but.
Well, that's specifically what they're talking about. They're saying, I tore my clitoris during birth and I still have a duty to have sex with my husband. Those were literally the tweets.
Hey, Wick, you said that you were going to be on Team Trad,
and
I'm on Team Rad. Let me tag in.
Tag in.
Okay. Being pregnant is being disabled. When you get your wife pregnant, you disable her for about 9 months. She can't work for some portion of that, and she certainly is not free to do whatever she wants because she becomes subject to a legal responsibility. If after that, the father of the son feels entitled to the body of the wife, even though, or mother, even though like he's already set her back 9 months. If anything, he owes at least 9 months of body debt back to her if we're talking about a free and equitable relation.
This is wild to me. You understand that sex doesn't have to be vaginal, correct? We understand that sexual intercourse can be... Hey, just use your hand, okay? Is your hand disabled? Did you tear your hand on this, right? Like, is your hand gone, right? So if you're not willing to at least work out something, right? Like, I don't know.
What are we talking about, though? Are we talking about people that don't want to have sex? Are we talking about people that that don't want to have specifically vaginal sex or something? Because, like, right now, I'm telling you, if somebody came up to you on the train and they pulled out their cock and said that you had to play with it, and you said, "Whoa, buddy, you can't make me do that. That's assault." And then they were like, "Wait a second. You do realize that it's not vaginal, sir. I'm not raping you." Like,
but
it's a silly argument. They don't want
this
to
is in a relationship where at least and I don't know these people in play. I don't have any idea what their lives are like, but in most relationships there is an expectation that you will do things to please your partner. And vice versa, that they will do things to please you. Now, and it doesn't even have to be a sexual sense, right? Like, if you know that your partner loves to go see romantic movies, but you hate romantic movies, it's still nice and every once in a while to go with them to see a romantic movie, right? Like, again, if it's excruciating pain, you don't have to do that.
Wick.
But if your partner wants some kind of sexual gratification, you can't give them that. But you can give them something else, can't you not?
Wick, I got a question for you.
Team.
Wick,
go ahead.
I got to ask you, how long after pregnancy do you think that it is appropriate for the mother to deny sex?
When you say sex, do you mean like...
anything. If they don't want to do it, but keep in mind, because what we're asking, obviously any relationship, most people most relationships before children, people, if they're not getting their sexual needs met, they can just leave.
That's the thing.
Right?
It's always
But now that you have
appropriate
a
to say
child,
no. I want to be clear. It's always appropriate to say no. But there comes a certain point where the partner, if all they're getting is no, it's appropriate for them to say, well, this isn't working out and I'm going to be moving on.
I mean, okay, absolutely, like, dead bedroom is like a death sentence for a relationship, right? Like, that can't go on forever. But it does seem like that post, like, original post specifically, which I couldn't find, it did seem like she was, A, specifically talking about vaginal sex for reasons, like, immediately related to, like, physiologic pain, and B, it also seemed that she had, like, genuine empathy for her husband, and she was, like, trying to work it out, like, she was concerned for him. Like, and the comments were all, like, trying to, like, I mean, they were trying to work towards a solution, right? And then these trad wives come in and they're just like, it's your fucking duty to lay there and suffer for your husband. Like, crazy, crazy people. And it's like, who are you doing this for? Because, you know, you're right. Like, the only people who see those posts and are like, hell yeah, it's men. Like, these trad wives are doing it for men.
I mean, the trad wives are doing everything for men in the end. Not to go team pick, you know, call.
But it's also
me,
for I am team trad wife in this, okay, and so I will say that it's also doing it for them, right? Because if your husband's happy as a trad wife, you will be happy.
Well, I mean, they believe they have a biblical duty to do it, and that they will basically go to hell if they don't, right? So it is like, I guess, in a way, they think it's self-interested, right? Because they don't want to burn forever. But they specifically talk about
Allison,
the Bible. The biblical duty is like invoked a lot.
Is that someone, if you've ripped your clitoris and someone's trying to pressure you into having sex that's going to give you excruciating pain, obviously that person's a bad person, right? Obviously that person is and you should be able to, and with to be able to assert yourself, say, no, I don't want to do this, I don't have to do this, and you like, and that should be accepted. But at the same time, if you are empathetic to your husband and you want to help your husband, there are other ways. Like, there's I don't want to get into too much detail here, but there's plenty of other things you can do to help that won't cause pain, that will also satisfy your partner. And I think that is the point that I'm trying to make here, that you can absolutely seek to help the person you're with. Now, it should go both ways, and if it's not going both ways, that's also a problem. But
Wick, I want to hold your feet to the coals here, because you're dodging the most important part of this conversation, which is if the wife, you know, or if the mother does not want to have sex, period, doesn't want to get in because of an emotional or like she's going through something right now. A lot of people, when the child is first born, they're not getting enough sleep to feel like they're one with their body. They might just not want sex, period. They might be disgusted by the act of sex because in the very process of constantly using the breasts to feed the child and constantly waking up in the middle of the night, all they want to do with any free time at all is have it to themselves. How long? Because you didn't answer it before, buddy. I want to see that fucking little freak squirm. Tell me right now, how long until the wife is expected to start, or the husband is within his right to expect her to be interested in sex again?
He doesn't have to expect her to be interested in it. That's not the point here, right? The point is, and as I said before, again, the wife does not have to, right, ever have sex again. If that is not, or the mother, I should say, if she's just disgusted, but at the same time, there is a certain point in time, I don't know if it's a year, I don't know if it's like 9 months, I'm not sure, right? But there will come a time where I think it's within the husband's right or the father's right to say, hey, we are in a relationship. I entered this relationship with this expectation that you agreed to, and if this is no longer going to be a thing, I should be able to exit that relationship.
By and large, I think that you revoke you have a legal right, but within the social dynamic, I think most people would agree that you revoke that right when you commit
forever?
The relationship towards being a parent.
Forever. You revoke that right forever?
Not forever, but certainly I would give it more than a year. I think that if you make a commitment to raise a child and your wife is no longer interested in sex, sure, maybe theoretically you can raise that child under that house,
well, one of the things the
be
wife
getting,
could do,
be
or the
getting
mother
pussy on the
could do,
side.
is say, here's a pass, right? I'm not interested in giving what you want, but you can, and I won't hold it against you or break up with you. Here's a pass. Get it where you need it, right?
She owe it?
I
Does
think
she
that's
owe it if she's not
acceptable.
able to have sex? If she doesn't want to have sex anymore, but she has, by way of this pregnancy, gotten a man to be in a relationship under conditions that he believes are inequitable to him?
What do you mean? Can you rephrase that?
Okay. You join a relationship with certain expectations.
Yes.
Those expectations make sense pre-birth. Then you decide to have a child, or you accident into a child, but you decide to keep it as opposed to abort it.
Yes,
regardless. What happens after this is you now have something that you are mutually responsible for.
You do.
You have a life. So, are you allowed, should you feel as entitled to define the conditions of the relationship as a person that is no longer in the relationship purely voluntarily, but now dutifully, to have all of your expectations met? I would say no.
I think there is still room for a renegotiation to occur, right? If there is a life-changing event, such as a baby, where, again, for whatever reason, the libido of the mother, or even the libido of the father, maybe the father can't view the mother as an object of sexual arousal anymore because they see them as a mother. This happens. This is real, right? That they're like, I can't imagine having sex with a mother figure, right? Now, it's rare, but it happens. There is, on both ends, room for renegotiation, but again, you can be responsible for a child and you can be in a relationship, but still, right? You have to be willing to do things that you maybe don't want to do in order to keep that marriage, keep that relationship functioning. And whether it be doing more chores around the house, or maybe it being to give your partner a pass, right? Whatever it may be, I think you were both responsible to make that work. Because you're right, a baby is now a duty of both parties, right? And I think that both parties have a responsibility to an extent to try their best to make this work. And I think that, again, each couple's going to negotiate this separately. Each couple's got different contexts around what they're doing that will make the choice look different. But at the end of the day, if you are unwilling to budge, then that's on you and not on them.
Okay, wait, I have to go.
Okay.
But what I will say is, Wick, okay, I feel like I generally kind of agree with you, but I feel like you're putting this, like, insanely, like, unreasonably charitable view on these trad wives, right?
I didn't read the tweets, okay?
That's fair. That's fair. But it seemed like this original poster, I will just clarify, it seemed like this original poster understood that, yes, like, a forever dead bedroom is not tenable, right? Like, I have to do something. Like, I'm working towards a solution. Like, it seemed like, and it was, like, within a year of childbirth, right? Like, it seemed like these were, I mean, I don't know, it didn't seem like this was a person who was like, fuck my husband, I don't care about his needs anymore because I'm a mother now. Like, this was not the kind of post that they were responding to, and they just tore her up for not literally, like, just taking it whenever her husband wanted.
Okay. And anything else, Allison?
No, thank you for entertaining me. Sorry to get
I'm glad
fussy.
we can entertain you. Have a great day.
Thank God Allison took these fucking cum pigs to task. I swear to God, these trad freaks. These absolute broodmare fucking cucks. Women need a word that is equivalent to cuck. They need, because there needs to be a word. I mean, right now, I would say pick me is the closest they get, where it's just like the second that you're in a marriage, the second that a man has, he's giving you a son.
If you have
a home.
Chat, Tunachip wants a new slur to use towards women. What do we got, gang? Hit him up.
Let it start with the letters WH. I don't care where it goes from there. We need to replace what we've lost. Anyway, no. And I just want to bat this back to you really quick, and then we'll move on to the next caller and the next topic. But in the same way that people have to make sacrifices to maintain a relationship, I would say people have to make sacrifices to maintain the health of the child, to maintain the family. And sometimes that means being celibate. Sometimes that means not sleeping around town just because your wife.
But there are certain things, right? Like while we do have a responsibility, there are certain things that I think that are clearly just a wild expectation to put on someone who is not willing to bear that burden, right? Like, so we can imagine that someone who has a child, right? We wouldn't expect them to sell themselves into slavery to support it, right? We wouldn't expect them to cut off an arm or something, right? That's not a reasonable expectation. So there are certain expectations that are reasonable and certain expectations that are not really reasonable. And context changes this. Obviously, if you got people coming in to your house to kill everyone, jump in front of the, take a bullet, lose your arm, do whatever, right? But in the course of a normal relationship, one should not be expected to do certain actions, right? And I think one of those things is just be celibate for life, right?
I disagree with you because I just don't think that sex is a right. That is,
it's
so
not a right, but you have the right to ask for it in a relationship.
And she has a right to say no.
It's
and
true,
then,
and then you have a right to say this ain't working. Peace.
If you attempt to leave, there is a real consequence in the form of the child. How long is the question that matters? Because between the two of us, obviously, I think once we get to 5 or 6, you start getting to a point where the father has less obligation. But 𝕾𝖎𝖏, let's move on.
Okay, next guest. Zephyr, you're live.
Hello.
What's up, my blimpy boy?
Blimpy? You're calling me fat?
No, Zephyr. Don't even fucking worry about it. I haven't seen your body yet.
Well, now you have. Well, at least the upper half, the shoulders and above, right? We don't know what he looks like below.
But... Flex for us, brother. Flex for us.
That's fine. It's fine.
Show us.
I can't. No.
Just
That'd be too whatever. Masochistic, no, or yeah. It hurts my arms when I'm
about to get real testosterone up in here.
So how are you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing. What's up?
Terrible. Now that you're here,
I'm here to talk about issue that's very close to WhickTV, which is the Israel and Palestine or Israel and Hamas conflict.
I'm ready.
One issue that was briefly discussed on with the stream with 𝕵𝖎𝖙 and No Opinions was the generational divide between support for Israel versus support for Palestine. And that is an issue that is it's close to me because foreign matters, foreign relations are important. It's one of those things that I like to pay keen attention to. What's the different relations between different countries, things like that. And this one concerns me. Like about a third of people under 25 don't even believe that the attacks on October 7th are real.
Where are you getting this data from?
This is deseret.com. I don't know how reliable it is.
Can you link me that source, please?
Sure. I'm going to put it in chat.
Okay.
Or do you want me to DM it to you? Okay, I'll DM it to you. I mean, and despite the fact that, we can, this one might be overhyped a bit, but there's no running away from the fact that support for Palestine is definitely larger than the support for Israel amongst younger generations.
Mm.
Yeah.
But there's a difference. Like there's a difference between I support Palestine or I support Israel, like being different. That's fine. I don't. It's whatever. But this attack didn't happen at all. Is a remarkably different thing than I support Palestine. Does that make sense? So while I wouldn't be concerned,
a false story, and a false story, it includes things like, raping, beheading people, whole families. So I don't know exactly what metric they're using. Again, that is not the point. The point being that, we are tending towards a shift towards Palestine. And this might be the first introduction for many Americans to the Eastern wars. The wars in East are very different to the wars in the West. Things there tend to last centuries, not decades, not years. These actions that are happening right now will be talked about in the 22nd century, in the 23rd century. Palestine and the Arabs won't forget. They still remember atrocities from back from the Crusades. How do we tackle this? I think TikTok was brought up. The influence of TikTok over the younger generation. There were things brought up regarding the Iraq War and weapons of mass destruction. I think there's an economic link, that there's an economic crisis amongst younger generations, and they feel so disenfranchised. They have nothing to say that, oh, these are the reasons why I like my government.
Are we talking in the East, or are we talking domestically?
Domestically, like America.
West, America.
West,
the economic crisis, right? Because Noah talked about that too yesterday. The economic crisis that we're going through isn't a crisis, right? We are actually doing very well economically, but for whatever reason...
crisis, I mean generational economic. Obviously, we are doing economically well as a country.
Yes.
But the younger generations are not seeing the benefits of that economic growth, or haven't seen as many benefits as the older generations did.
Perhaps not. I don't have the numbers on hand, but fair enough. I wonder, though, if that is the reason, right? I think that, honestly, this might be evidence of too much time on our hands. I think it's an evidence of privilege that we're able to focus on these things to such an extent, right? Like, because the people who are struggling right now, they ain't watching the fucking news about Israel and Hamas. They're just not. They're struggling. They're getting through it, right? They're going through it. They're not tuned in. They're busy trying to make ends meet. They're busy trying to fucking like figure out their own damn problems. We got a lot of time on our hands in the West.
If I may, I think the problem might be...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to leap in. I said this earlier with Thorpe, and I think that this is relevant in all American politics, but especially with the younger generation that's used to the modern, which is that politics is just the domain that we go to in order to have our ideas and to perform our ideas in a safe environment, like political conversation. So like most people that are pro Palestine right now are doing it because it is the anti-imperialist position, not because they have a historical memory, not but because they have a personal connection in the conflict area. I'm speaking obviously of the Americans in this instance, not people that are actually from the area. So when they're having those discussions, when they're pulling down flyers, when they're looking into, when they're reading the writings of previous political dissidents, they're doing these things because they're trying to grapple with and test the ideas that they're being told by their milieu. So like if you're in the college right now, you are being told America is this world force that is constantly fucking things up everywhere else. And you need to test that out by looking into the world. And Palestine, Israel is a great affirming measure of that. And to the point where they are going to read Letter to America, look at it, ignore a whole bunch of other details, because all they're really using, it's not that they're reading it in genuine, they're not reading it in the moment, they're not reading it for to come to terms with the current moment. They're reading it to test the ideas that they are, being inculcated into. So if that means we need to think to ourselves, am I on the right side of this conflict? I think the main reason they're going to such depths is because the question is so complicated. They need to try diving deeper and harder. We're spending all of our time
deeper and harder, friends. Deeper and harder.
Deeper and harder, like the corkscrew of a pig's penis. No, when we go into these, like into the depths of political theory to affirm our biases, we only go that deep, not because I think we have too much time, but because we are skeptical. The information that exists on the surface is making us skeptical. Right now, all of the propaganda on both sides, as well as true statements, it's making everybody skeptical about their position. They have to dive deeper and deeper and deeper. Both sides are going to get deeper.
I don't think it's making people skeptical, though. I think it's doing the exact opposite. I think people are reaffirming their own positions. They're getting harder and harder, digging in their heels.
That's why they're reaffirming. When you see people raping women and killing children and saying, oh, That's just the price of resistance.
Oh, skeptical towards certain views as opposed to their own. Fair enough. I misunderstood. But no, you're right in that. But I thought you meant skeptical as in skeptical of their own ideas. But no, that's
no. Their ideas are being tested on the surface, so they then need to dive deeper to find places where they're affirmed, and they are affirmed on some of the deeper regions of the political theory. But on the now and the here and now, it's very hard to say definitely Israel, definitely Palestine. So they got to make it something broader, something that's more of about a pattern, a historical trend.
Yeah, between the kind of the two options, Wick, I think the problem is the opposite. I think it's not about privilege. I think people don't have enough time to research these things. I think people are going with a baseline. For millennials and Gen Z who have grown up in the age of the Iraq War and Patriot Act, I think they are going with their baseline in foreign policy is America is bad. And they don't have the time to research into these issues as deeply, and so they're going with that baseline.
I don't think that's true. I think they are researching into the area, but they're not really researching with their as not Tom, I'm sorry. Tuna might say they're doing a deep reaffirmation dive, right? They are looking for they are conspiracy brained in the sense that they have arrived at their conclusion: America bad, therefore Israel bad, therefore etc. And they are working backwards from that conclusion and finding every single piece of evidence that supports that conclusion, holding it closer to their chest, regurgitating it. Any piece of evidence that does not support that conclusion is just simply tossed away or seen as Zionist propaganda, etc., etc., etc. And in fact, they are being rewarded for the being more extreme. So I don't think it's a result of not researching it. I think it's a result of actively looking to misinform themselves on it, right? Or that is the result of what they're doing, is they are swallowing gobs and gobs of propaganda on this that supports their side.
So I guess if we assume that they are actually,
and it's true for both sides, for the
right.
just to both sides it, right? Like it's Zionists are doing this too. It's across the board. It's just at this part in time, Israel's losing the information war on this. Unfortunately, a lot of that generation is anti-America, and so here we are.
So how do we solve this?
That's the $10 million question, ain't it? Right? How do we solve this, gang? I think
again, I'm not asking you how do we solve this. I'm not holding you, but I'm just gonna be having a conversation here.
Unironically.
He's asking me.
Oh, okay. Solve it, Tuna. Solve it for us.
Here's the answer. It doesn't need solved. It self-solves. Because in the end, all of this is people reaffirming their political biases. And then as soon as they reaffirm them, they will feel content. Because most people in the modern world, outside of these conflicts, all they really care about is solving for cognitive dissonance. Whether or not the war ends, and then no longer are we worried about this or that, or something happens in their discovery where they become confident and secure enough in their idea that they don't need to do that reaffirmation, they will become bored, because most people are content with being right. That is good enough for them. All they want to do is, and not even being right, but obviously feeling right. As soon as it becomes stable inside of their mental calculation, inside of their affect, whether or not that's from external or internal process, it will be over.
So the way I'm interpreting it is that if we give them something to believe in, quote unquote, if they're satisfied, we provide them enough things to satisfy them, then they might not. They might revert to the center or start agreeing with the older generations.
They've never left the center, buddy. That's
I
the
don't.
thing.
I just don't think that's true. I don't think this is a material conditions thing. I don't.
Wick, you're old enough to have the context for this. Not even just trying to call you old, but it's one of these things where you are familiar with the anti-war movement. No matter what, has existed for ages in the United States. Everybody just
Sure.
wants an end to war.
Yeah.
And they're willing to support whatever position seems like it will end war. And they don't want war to end in the way where one side finishes being killed.
So,
they
Tuna,
want it
here's
to
the problematic thing, right? Previously, we have seen that, okay, younger people always start out more liberal and then turn conservative over time as they grow older.
Sure.
This is not the trend that we're seeing with millennials and Gen Z. If anything, they're turning more liberal or becoming more progressive.
Yeah, I'm not trying to claim that previous trend is going to hold forward. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that as people find themselves, people are not leaving the center, because I personally think that the left and the center, as we're talking about them, are not really that far off in action. They're only far off in word. Whether or not your pressure release valve is protesting in the street, blocking off a car, somebody gets hit, and then you never go to a protest ever again from the trauma, or if it's that you go to a gun range, you start a militia, you attempt to Jan 6, and then a bunch of people get arrested. All of these like conflicts, they keep happening. They keep happening, and they solve themselves because the government is not going to let people uproot it. They're not going to let a revolution happen. So we don't have to worry about that, as long as we have a strong government preventing the revolution. And then also simultaneously, we don't really have to worry about people protesting in the street because some random guy is going to pull a Panama and just shoot somebody, and then everybody will scatter because these are just punctuated moments of tension. They're not permanent. We're not seeing people like creating communist or revolutions or fascist revolutions inside of cities and overtaking them. The closest we had was Chaz, and it was a fucking joke.
What if 20 years from now, somebody like Trump comes from the left and says, "I'm going to stop funding Israel"? At that time, the silent generation is dead.
I mean,
probably some of Gen Z's.
I would support it as like a libertarian. I just don't really want money to be going to any nation. And what's probably going to happen is that will be the voice of the demos. Well, congratulations, Israel stops getting funded, and the hands are clean. Nobody has to worry about the conversation anymore.
Okay, so again, this is going to be my last question. I know there's lots of people in backstage. There is a thought in Israel. I have read a couple of reports, which are obviously dwarfed by the massive amount of reports like with the conflict. There's some report that Israel is keenly aware of this trajectory between that they're losing support.
They weren't, right?
Yeah, and I have a slight feeling that some parties in Israel might be thinking this is now or never. Because if we're losing support,
absolutely, there is a concern that they have to, because we got to look at it from the perspective of the people in Israel. Rightly or wrongly, many of the people, especially after October 7th, feel that they are under existential threat. That if they don't fight this fight, they will cease to exist and be killed. Again, rightly or wrongly, it doesn't matter. This is what they think. This is how they feel. And that's very dangerous. A very dangerous thing, especially if they feel like a lot of people think, oh, if we just all pull out our support of Israel, they'll stop fighting. That's the opposite of true. What happens when you corner an animal? When they see no other way out, they will just they will go red zone on your ass, okay? And there is a very real possibility by withdrawing all support on all sides where they have nothing anymore, they will feel, okay, well, the question we have to ask, would we rather be despised and alive, or would we rather be pitied and dead? And they're going to choose to be alive. They're going to choose to be alive. And they're going to do whatever they think is necessary to stay alive. And if they think is necessary, they have no other support, no way to turn. They have the weaponry, right? They have the ability to make sure that nothing exists around them. And that is a terrible, horrible, frightening place to be. But you had your hand up, Tunachip, so go ahead.
Oh no, I was just doing a little transition fade. Don't even worry about me.
Oh, okay.
Well, on that doomer pill note, I will take my leave.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
But yeah, so look, I want the killing in that region to end. I want it to stop. I want the babies and the children and the innocents to stop being slaughtered. But I don't want it to stop for a day. I want it to stop, right? For a long period of time, right? I want lasting peace, not peace for a week, not peace for a month, not peace for a year. I want peace for a generation. And there is only one way to do that at this point. Hamas has to cease to exist. It has to. If we want peace and stability in that region, two things have to happen. Hamas must go. Likud and Netanyahu must go. Those two things must happen, right? Likud and Netanyahu, we can do that democratically. We can do that through non-military means. That is an option that we have. And it looks like it's probably going to happen based on the polling numbers from Israel right now. Hamas, you can't vote them out, right? Like they don't have elections there.
Yeah.
They don't have you have to physically remove them from there, and that's unfortunately the case. If we want lasting peace, if we want babies not only to stop dying today, but to stop dying, right, in the region, then Hamas has to go.
As just a reflection of a slightly different sentiment, I think that we have more responsibility to keep Israel in line than we do Hamas, because Israel is a partner of ours. It is someone that we share resources and information with. So I think there's a higher duty to keep them in line and to make them not operate outside of the rules of war than there is to let them enter a state of exception. But I don't care about peace in the area in this grand sense where it's permanent, because I fundamentally don't believe that it will ever happen. So
I'm not black-pilled on it, right? I think that it can happen. I know it's going to be a hard road. Lex Friedman, welcome. You retracted your message before I read it, unfortunately. So say it again. It is a call-in show. So hey, if you want to call in, click that link, accept the rules. We'll pull you on, and we'll talk to you about this, because I'm curious what you have to think. You've talked to Netanyahu. You've talked to these leaders. I would love to have you on and just pick your brain about this. I think that, we have to look, it's a really hard thing to solve. Are you familiar with a man by the name of, and so I don't butcher it here, the name of Gershon Baskin? He is an activist within Israel, and he put out an article recently. It was called A Plan for the Day After Tomorrow, and he wrote that blog post. And it's a wonderful blog post, and it talks about where the Israeli people are now, where the Palestinians are now, the state of the war now, and what that looks like going forward, and how Israel right now needs to have a plan, right? The international community needs to have a plan for today, right? For what happens tomorrow, because we have to plan for it. Because if all we do is go in and just bomb a bunch of shit with no plan, it's not going to do anything. Hamas might be ended, but we need, then a Hamas 2.0 will pop up if nothing changes. We can't accept the status quo, right? And he says that the leadership who brought us to this place have to go, right? We have to get rid of Netanyahu. We have to get rid of the Palestinian leadership that brought us to this place, right? We need something else has to happen, right? But anyway, I ranted enough. We have callers.
Sounds good. Drag them in.
Seattle, you're up. You're live.
See if I don't boomer this. There we go.
Hey, quite nice DSLR quality.
Liking the beard.
Thank you. Tuna, in
What's
10
up,
years, you're going to be a fully libcucked divorced man because you followed your own advice.
Which advice?
Yeah, that the dude just has to put up with it. And these rad femmes, do you really think that they're going to turn the other cheek when it comes to their own sexual needs when their man's not providing? Or are they going to take off at the first moment's notice that they can? Because that's the test of a true feminist.
Hey, I'll tell you right now. Step 1, I'm against having children. I think it's a bad idea economically. You should not do that. Having a child, especially if you don't have the means to raise it in a way that doesn't suppress your freedom, stupidest thing a person can do. Dumbest thing a person can do. So don't waste your time.
Okay.
If you have the money,
you get in a relationship, she begs you for a child.
I get in a relationship, she begs me for a child?
Yes.
I've already had that, buddy. It's a no.
Oh, it's a hard no. It's a hard.
Okay,
It's a
hard
okay.
no.
Now we're into like wild hypothetical then. Okay, so you're in a relationship and something's up and then you're out and then you have a child and then, she's banging her high school boyfriend and you're twisting in the wind. Now what?
What do you mean?
Okay.
Are you asking? So you're asking me about like paying the checks, or if I feel like I have a duty to the child? Like, am I like sharing visitation? What are you asking me?
Okay, I'm really prodding you because I'm saying, okay, if you look at the philosophy of these Twitter feminists, they're not actually going to turn the other cheek when it comes to their own needs. And so men need to protect yourselves. You need to get a prenup. You need to make sure that there is full equity in the relationship. You need to be prepared because, I'm a feminist, but I might be a real male black-pilled feminist. And you have to be ready for that time when the piper calls and you end up being the cuck.
Yeah, I mean, don't become the fucking, cash cow of somebody that's taking advantage of you. Don't do that. That's the stupidest thing a person could possibly do. All the while, I am saying that if you are in a relationship and you make the choice, if you are making the choice to have a child, I think that the relationship is basically forfeited and gets replaced with now a job. That's what having a child is, having a job.
Even if you're not both in it 100%.
It depends on how you do it.
So
wait,
do you like
are you
sign
asking me how much I think each person owes the child?
No. What I'm saying is like, is the child now the contract? Is like, okay, we are together forever, and that's the terms of your prenup?
The child is the contract, but I wouldn't say forever. That's heinous.
Okay. Until they're 18 or 16 or whatever.
Yeah, there would be some kind of agreement that happened between people, and it'd be based on their mutual ethics. Hopefully, you're not having a child with somebody who you disagree with what the, points in life progression are. If you do have a child with somebody that like massively disagrees with your maybe you had it coming because you shouldn't have been putting your dick in somebody that you don't have the ability to reasonably make agreements with, ethical, mutual.
How down bad you are, my man.
What'd you say?
Depends how down bad you are, my man.
If you're so horny that you make a bad decision, then you live with the bad decision.
All right.
Losers lose. That's what it is.
Catch you later. You should 𝕾𝖍𝖎 before you bend your will.
Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you, buddy.
Keep your principles. Stay strong. Buy them toys. Sign them.
Bye-bye.
What was he going to say? I think he was going to say sign those prenups.
That's a wise thing to do.
We went from having a Twitter drama-obsessed radfem to having a man who has spent probably 4 digits on his camera and who is trying to tell me to be careful not to have your money taken by women. I love it. I love the dynamicism.
We have a wide variety of callers today. Gang, if you want to call in, we have a little bit of a line. We'll get to them. Don't worry. But I want to make sure that everyone knows that if you want to call in, you can call in. And how do you call? Wick, how do I call in? I want to talk to Tuna. I want to talk to Wick. I have a bone to pick with them. I have things to yell at them about. Or I just want to ask them a question because they are wise beyond their years. How do I do that? Very easy. Exclamation point Discord in chat. You click the link, you accept the rules, and you jump backstage. And once you're backstage, we'll pull you in. We'll have a conversation one with another, right? Let me give you that link into YouTube, right? Because I don't have the exclamation point Discord set up. But yeah, do that.
Let's say your fat fingers don't even know how to use Discord. I got news for you, buddy. It's easy as hell. You can click on the link that's pinned in Twitch. It will literally make you a quick Discord, and you could join this thing. You don't have any things that make it so that people can't join within a certain number of days or anything, do you? Low barrier to entry.
Look, if I do, it's not on purpose. Right?
Your boomer mode. We don't care.
Okay. Well, here we go with another. Well, we'll see how this goes.
I see the screen name. Yeah, King.
You're live.
How are we doing, King? Ooh, you're quiet. In fact, I would describe you as having a terrible microphone.
I can't hear what you're saying. Uh-oh.
Do you have a noise gate on that you could try turning off? It might be too powerful. You are whisper quiet, my man.
Hello. Here we go. What's up, Omar? What you got for us?
Oh, not much. I was just testing my avatar, and it didn't work.
Huh? Oh, you got some kind of like Doobie-esque frog shit going on or something?
You have an avatar? Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to do my own shit. I recorded like 10 seconds of something. And it was working in the backstage, but I don't know why it's not working now. Anyway, what's up there, Wiki, little Zionist hillbilly? What's going on there, huh?
Zionist hillbilly, okay.
Yeah. I'll try to fix you. I can't see you.
Wait, hold on. I'm here, I promise. What's up? Okay, so starting with the ad homs right out the gate, but let's hear it. What you got?
So, what's your opinion on what's going on in Israel and the Palestinians? What's your solution, buddy?
Same opinion I had before. It's horrific. What's my solution? I wish I could solve the problem, right? I think that anything short of a 2-state solution or maybe a 3-state even, just isn't going to work.
Yeah, I heard you say 3-state. How the 3-state is going to work?
So the 3-state would have you would have Gaza and the West Bank, and then you would have East Jerusalem as its own thing, right? There are various versions of the 3-state, but that's what I heard, right? So that would be kind of like a neutral arbiter, if you will, right? And that it would be kind of a UN enforced zone. So.
Oh, here you go. I see. Looking, I put my avatar. The whole thing is that a 2-state solution is not viable because of the settlements in the West Bank, purposely built in the West Bank, and the way they built these settlements is to create islands. That the Palestinian villages are island. They're not continued with each other. They have no continuity. So to make one
continuity, yes, I understand what you're saying. But no, I agree with you that the settlers in the West Bank are
but let's be honest with each other. So what's the choice here? They don't want a 1-state solution because there's a problem. You have 7 million Jews and 7 million Arabs, so it will dilute the Jewish state, which was the dream of the Jews when they as to have their own state, right or wrong. But still, at the same time, you don't want a 2-state solution because you're building settlements to kill the 2-state solution. So the only is genocide. That's what they're doing right now. That was the third solution.
So I would agree with you that there are people within the Israeli government who do not want a 2-state solution. Absolutely. The Likud does not want a 2-state solution. That's right. You're correct. However,
I know.
There are political parties both in Israel and in the region of Palestine that do want a 2-state solution and are willing to work towards it. Now, yes, it looks like we can't get there from here because of all the bloodshed that's going on right now.
No, not that
bad. But we can absolutely, if, again, we get rid of Hamas and we get rid of Likud, if we get rid of those two things, the path towards a 2-state solution is absolutely viable. and I think that we can work towards that.
But the land continuity or unity is not there. Do you already have these? What you're going to do with all these settlements?
Well, that's
of 700,000
part of the
Jews.
That would be part of the negotiation, right? Like,
Yeah.
is which lands are given to which people, and obviously, much like they did with the settlers in Gaza when they withdrew in 2005, they would just remove them, right? And this has happened before. It can happen again. The problem with the Oslo Accords was that they didn't have any. They were trying to kind of keep the status quo in a way that was just not going to work. They need to have as an end goal, right? Not just the recognition of a Palestine state, but the end goal of specific borders and specific, right, milestones within getting there that needs to be met before we get there. Again, the devil's going to be in the details here. It's going to be a convoluted process. There's going to be a lot of negotiating that needs to happen to get this to happen, but it can happen. It's possible, and it's honestly it's the only viable path towards peace that I see in the region.
Yeah, but do you see what they're doing right now? They're pushing all the Palestinians to one side of Gaza. I don't think they're coming back to that side. What Israel has a policy of doing is even the West Bank, and what they do, they take an area for a military objective, whatever, hold on to it for 2 years, then release it to the settlers. So right now they're going to take that whole north region of Gaza and make it like a military barricade of sort of. That's almost half the pen, and you'll have 2 million people living on 14 miles by 5 miles. So you understand what they're doing? They're going to create more problems than they're going to solve. The United States said no, there's no reoccupation of Gaza, but Netanyahu said yes, there's going to be a military force there for years. You see what they're doing now? This is sneaky shit they're doing right now because they're destroying all the hospitals. They're destroying all the bakeries, schools, everything. All the elements that make a community is being destroyed. So there won't be no more community there.
Why are they being destroyed?
I know you're going to see Hamas is hiding there, right?
But because Hamas uses them as
I mean, 22
strike.
Well, they went to the what did they find in the hospital? Fucking calendar? You think we're stupid? The guy, there's a calendar here.
The best evidence of them having used that place as a base is that from that region, as soon as they besieged and took over the Al-Asi hospital, I believe that's how you say it, the rocket strikes into Israel stopped from that area.
You know, it's because they took over the whole area, not because of the hospital. They already have control of the whole area.
It didn't stop until they besieged the hospital, right?
Okay, but the hospital, they didn't find nothing, even the basement when they went down there. Israeli TV said there was the most miscalculated intelligence that we ever had, or the most failure. Channel 13, the Israeli channel. The whole issue here is that I need you to have a moment, Jesus, come to Jesus moment. Is that what they say? You guys have this? This is how white people say it? Because I usually try to learn what white words like smitten.
Come to Jesus moment means that you recognize you're at rock bottom and you change your ways. Yeah.
Yeah, or willy nilly. I write these words when I hear white people. I love to use them once in a while.
White.
So
words,
the whole
gotcha.
yeah. I'm just joking, trying to make you laugh.
I know.
So the whole idea is that well, what was I saying? What was I saying?
I don't know.
Channel 13, the Israeli channel, said there was no command inside Shifa Hospital. Now you have a whole 2.2 million people without fuel, food, water, or anything going in. What's the end game here? I mean, are you not creating more Hamas when you're killing people's children and family? You creating more fighters, future fighters? Shit.
Well, wait, hold on. I just want to check with you, Power Man. Isn't the end game, when all people say the end game is maximizing territory, kicking people out, making people not want to be there anymore, blowing up the hospital? This is war. What are we talking about? I get confused with these conversations when people take these objections as if they're trying to hold people to principled positions when these aren't, like, this is war.
It's not a war. It's not a war as a war. It's not a war between two states. You have a state with 200 nuclear warheads, has the best weapons in the world, just got $14 billion worth of more weapons from the United States, has 2 carriers in the Mediterranean, plus a nuclear submarine right near there. So what fucking war are you talking about?
So that's okay. Would you say that a fight between me and Andrew Tate ain't a fight? It's still a fight, even though I'm a pathetic loser. I'm going to lose no matter what. It's still war.
So what does it mean? You could take over? I could take over your house?
What do you in war? Yeah.
So you mean it's okay for Israel to take the land? Is that what you're saying?
If they win? It's
what do you win?
Okay, dude.
Hey, I just want to be clear. Tunachip's position is not my position.
I'm most retarded. Holy shit.
Dude, okay, I'm
Gaza. Hold on. Gaza is under Israeli control. What are you talking about? What planet are you living in?
I'm living in the planet where
Gaza is under Israeli control since 1967. So actually, in reality, it is already under control. They only have is the population in there where they doing just managing them. That's all they're doing. They managing the population. That's all they're doing. So it's not too starve a nation.
If you don't want to call it a war, then don't call it a war. But the whole point is
a genocide. It's not a war. I didn't say it was a war. Who said it was a war?
Okay. What would you call what would you call the interaction
genocide.
between the United States and the Black Panther Party? What would you have called that?
Those are American citizens.
Okay.
There was no war with the fucking Black Panther. What's wrong with you? What war? Where in California?
And that's a
where did this? Hold on. Where did this war? Hold on. Hold on. Where did this war take place with the Black Panther that we never... Did they have tanks, the Black Panther?
I'm talking about the bombings. I'm talking about people being assassinated.
The Black Panthers, they're the ones who introduced school lunch, free lunch to kids.
$2 from Cryborn, just real quick. $2 from Cryborn to say, why does Omar have to tell people he's a man? I don't know.
Because I have a bigger dick than he is. Okay, he does. Okay.
No, what I'm trying to get to the point of is we're not talking about a dispute between allies, between friends. We are talking about a dispute between two people that, in ideal, want the other to not be in the place that they're in. They are fighting over territory. So that means blowing up hospitals. That means killing people. That means blowing up buildings. That means doing whatever it takes to win.
It's not a war. They're operating on. Hold on. What's this guy's name? Where do you get these idiots from? What's your name?
What do you get? Me? You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to Wick. What the fuck you get these idiots from? It's not a war between sovereign nation. It's a war against an occupied territory. They already have the territory. And the Black Panther did not have a war with the United States. They blew up a couple of banks. They stole a couple of money. I don't know what war was. Wick, were you aware there was a war between us and the Black Panther? Was there a real
conversation?
Because you're not making any sense. You fucking wasting my brain cells.
Look, both of you need to calm down.
Wait, I want to ask you a question. What war was there with the Black Panther?
You're talking to Tunachip.
No, but you're an American citizen. I'm an American citizen. Did we have a war with the Black Panther that we don't know of? Well, what was it? We had the 101.
There was fights. There was absolutely active combat between police and Black Panthers in the city.
It was an internal security matter, not a war.
I wasn't trying to call it. I wasn't trying to call a war. I was asking what you would call that in order to gauge what language you would prefer me to use rather than war.
So did we take over Auckland or what? Did they took over Auckland or what? What country did the Black Panthers control that we took over?
Oh, wait. We're not going to pretend that they did.
Hold on.
That they didn't occupy blocks. They occupied blocks. They were attempting to make it so the police could not. The police. They were making it so that the police could not act inside of certain neighborhoods. That is the small scale occupation.
It's okay. It's like the guys in Waco and all that. If you want a real description, maybe you could say the Indian reservation. If there was a fight between the Indian reservations,
I don't think
and the American government.
I'm going to be real with you. I don't think this line of questioning or line of argumentation matters in the case.
It's retarded.
When it comes down to it, right? The question at hand is, to what extent is Israeli military force allowed to respond to the October 7th attacks, and in what manner? And that's where I think the more interesting argument is.
Okay, what's the value exchange you have there on your mind, Wick?
What do you mean the value? Like, if I want, because I want I want there to be peace in the region. This is my value. I want there to be a free and equitable Palestinian state that is recognized internationally, and I also want there to be a free and equitable Israeli state that is recognized internationally.
No one. It is recognized. No one is denying that.
But
no one is
I also want them not to keep killing each other. And because so we need to have a stance in the region where we look.
You could get rid of that. The only way to get rid of Hamas is to end the occupation. Hamas is the product of the occupation.
No.
It's the symptoms of a disease. When you go to a doctor, if you have the system, how do? You treat the disease to get rid of the symptom.
Ending the occupation, Hamas has
the PLO.
Would continue hold on. Like,
hold on.
Just real quick. Stop. Hamas has oppressed its Palestinian people in the Gaza Bank. They have killed them. They have kidnapped them. They have tortured them for working with Israelis, for being collaborators. We know this happens on more than one occasion, right? They do this consistently. They steal the aid, right, that is given to the Palestinian people, and they take it and they use it to make weapons of war. Hamas, even if we ended the occupation today, even if Israel stopped fighting 2 days, stopped firing, withdrew, Hamas would use that time to buy time to do another, because they've said they would, another October 7th. Like, we cannot have them exist anymore.
Let me know when you finish. I could. Okay, I'll give you an example. The Palestinian Liberation Organization, which is right now in Ramallah, fought with Israel for almost 40, 50 years. Bombing, plane hijacking, killing, and everything. Once they made peace and they were able to give them some form of autonomy in Ramallah, you don't see them fighting. They're working together as a security issues. Hamas is the product of the occupation. If you end up the occupation, Hamas is going to look like a thumb. Because if you get rid of Hamas, what we're doing right now, and hand Gaza to the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah, then you could solve the problem. But if you're just going to put a military barricade and have of Gaza, you're going to just create more problems.
In 2006, when the Hamas was initially elected, right? It was initially elected to be part of the larger Palestinian governing organization. The problem was, in 2007, what they did was, in the area of Gaza, the other Palestinian leaders, they gave them flying lessons and they threw them off the roof. If Hamas is allowed to exist, they cannot be integrated into the Palestinian.
No, but you can get rid of them. The way to get rid of them, they have no use for them. They just could become a nuisance if you have a free Palestinian state. Didn't we agree on that? And you hand over Gaza to the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah.
You can't have a free Palestinian state while Hamas continues to be able to operate in that area.
Are we getting rid of them right now after we finish?
We're trying, yeah.
The only way to solve is to end the occupation. Hamas has no business to be in business after the occupation is ended.
Okay, I just disagree with you. I don't think it will work.
That's the only way. I mean,
the only way is to find them, hunt them down, and remove them.
If you end the occupation, you won't have no more. They don't need to exist. They can't exist. It's like a bacteria. The antibiotic is to end the occupation. If you cure the disease, you get rid of the symptoms. Hamas is the system of the occupation. They won't have no. Why would they exist if they have a free country? Why? For what?
What will happen is that the people will say, "Oh, look, Hamas's actions led us to the free Palestinian," and they will just worship them at this point, right? Like they will be they led us to this. This is what happened, and they won, right? Hamas cannot be seen to have won by anyone. Gaza has to recognize that Hamas led them to destruction. Israel has to recognize that Hamas led them. The international community has to recognize this. Hamas must be destroyed. There is no other path to peace. If Hamas is allowed to exist and is allowed to be seen as having a victory, they will continue to persist and be supported by the people, even to a small degree, right? It's still a problem, and we need to get rid of the problem. But
that's the way you get rid of it.
I want to give Tunachip a chance because he's looking like he's driving off a cliff.
He got a mustache. He looks like a porno star from the 1970s.
We're in the parking lot right now of the McDonald's, so I got enough time to weigh in here. The conflict's gonna end because somebody is going to win, and right now, by default, Israel is going to win. I don't care who wins.
So what do you do with the population? What do you do?
I'm saying, as a fact, somebody has more power, has more might, and there are two conflicting bodies. Okay. We know what's going to happen. And if you're going to say, and you are correct, I think that a lot of people have been sucking farts on this one. If Israel is a puppet government of the United States, then Hamas is a puppet organization of Israel. It's all one continuum of disorder. Nonetheless, we know that this presence is here in order to create the foundation for taking over the area and creating what Israel wants to make. You're not going to just be able to end the occupation. Ending the occupation means the entire international community going against Israel. Good luck convincing them on that. And frankly, if there was an attempt to end the occupation, what would likely happen is that either the United States or Iran would become a very, very important part of that area. And then suddenly you may not have an occupation, but you do still have a foreign government with their own personal vested interest defining how the government in that area is set up.
You could have an Israeli friendly government like what they have right now. Ramallah. Abbas is a friendly government to the Israeli government, right? He has 80,000 fighters with guns and weapons inside Ramallah. He hasn't used them against any Israelis or things of that nature. Israel deliberately weakened the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah and strengthened Hamas with money and look the other way so they could create havoc and prevent the two-state solution, divide and conquer. Could we agree on that, Wick?
Do you want to agree with that, Wick?
Sure, why not? Just for sake of conversation, go ahead.
Everybody admitted it.
Right now, I'm asking you, empowered man, if you observe this, recognizing what the Israeli incentive is, then you know that even if you were you can't, there's no button. There's not a button you can press that just ends the occupation. Multiple steps will happen, and they will resist the end of the occupation. They will continue. If it's not Hamas, it will become another group. So if the question is whether or not, honestly, you and Wick have a lot more in common here, because I don't necessarily think that both of you believe in the perfect possibility of a two-state solution. Both of you seem to be on the position that a two-state solution is what would be best, but as it currently stands, a one-state solution.
That's the only solution they have. That's the only solution. Unless you want to kill all those people and put them in ovens.
People want to kill a bunch of people and put them in ovens.
You have 7 Palestinian million. They're not going to go anywhere. And you have 7 million Jews. They're not going to go anywhere. They're going to be on that land today, tomorrow, and after until eternity. You could kill 50, 60,000. Women is going to still have babies. The hospitals are full of babies, Palestinian babies.
Omar, last word. Then we gotta let you go. It is a call.
I'm gonna go. I just tested my avatar. I look good with the. I made my own. Huh?
Omar, you know what I think?
You don't see.
You're out of the way. That's what I think.
Oh man, hey, how do you feel about the bad bitch I got by driving a GM?
Man, look, she is she's something. Like all that.
I've seen pictures of her online. People keep sending me pictures of her online. I know about her OnlyFans career. She is the breadwinner. She's the breadwinner. And until the magic pellet goes away,
no judgment. Sounds right. No judgment. No judgment. Gang. We probably have time for maybe one more caller. Yeah, I see you back there, Lisa, but you're not getting in today because I know what you're up to. I'm not stupid. I've been informed, right? I've been informed, okay? You have moles within your ranks, okay? So, no, you don't get to come on today, unfortunately. I still love you, Lisa, but no.
Speak forth of the plot. The gunpowder plot. I gotta know.
She was like, ha ha ha, I'm gonna go and troll, and she's been being fed things on what to talk about with me. etc. I don't know exactly what it is, and honestly, it probably isn't that big of a deal. But I'm just not going to reward little puppets, okay? Because that's what she would be, is a puppet.
Sounds good.
Are there any panels tonight? No panels tonight, but we do have a panel on Monday. On Monday, I am having all Jewish everything panel. So I will have Jews from across the spectrum, Jewish voices from across the spectrum, coming to my show to talk about Zionism and what that is, what it means to them, how they feel these attacks have affected them. I also want to do at some point next week an all Palestinian everything with the same kind of goal, is to get from Palestinian voices specifically. But we'll see if I can find enough that are willing to come on my show. It should be good, but we will see, right? In the meantime, we do need one more caller. So one more caller needs to step up, okay? Needs to step up and jump backstage, and we can pull you in, and we can have a wonderful conversation.
Come on, any of the people from any.
Look, we got Lex Friedman watching right now, so if you wanna like impress him or something, come on in. I don't know.
Yeah, somebody get in here and do a little dance even.
It's one of those things, man. Like, I think that who we got here?
Hey, is this
who we got, friend?
Familiar face.
Hi, test. Can you hear me?
Hey, how we doing, brother?
What's up?
Hey, can you hear me? Test.
Yeah, we hear you just fine. Can you hear us?
I can. Hey, what's going on?
You're live, buddy. This is a call-in show. You get to choose what we discuss.
Sweet as. Well, Wick, I actually got in contact with you. Would have been a couple of months now. I sent you a Discord message about being like a 28-year-old sort of like incel adjacent person, coming at it from like a progressive lens.
Sure.
Sweet. Couple of things. Sorry, give us a sec. I'm jamming some Deep Rock Galactic. I'll leave.
Are you winning at least?
We were, but yeah, it was taking too much of my attention.
He's neurodivergent and a minor.
Hell yeah, baby.
Yeah, Gnome City, brother. Gnome City.
That's it. Yeah, anyway, yeah, just a couple of things. I think I guess like incel is like a bit hyperbolic. It's more so I'm like more black-pilled about like I guess like the progressive culture around dating and gender dynamics. For example, I think a lot of people, well, incels sort of get it right, but they go too far about like the halo effect, while progressives sort of deny that exists in a way. They're pretty privileged.
Halo effect?
Yeah, so halo effect's like the idea that people attribute positive character traits to attractive people.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, and it's sort of frustrating, especially when it comes to like men interacting with women. It's sort of frustrating that a lot of progressively minded people won't admit that. So like an attractive guy will get away with a lot more than an unattractive guy. Is that am I off base?
It's true. I get away with a lot that Tuna can't get away with. That's true.
Yeah, I try being pro-Israel and people put me in my place. I'm just kidding. They're not letting Wick get away with it either. And if you had a few, if people, hey, if anybody that can support Wick right now, the more money you give him, the more teeth he can replace, the better his opinions will be perceived by you. It's just like when they say, what is it?
Super
they
chats,
say,
bits,
the more
subs,
you drink,
all that
the prettier we are.
Yeah.
It's the classic example. Why do you think that people at the bar are more sociable? Of course, it's because everybody's little imperfections are. Yeah, you're right. The halo effect's a real thing. It's why most things go better or worse in your life.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know. Am I off base, or do you see that as like a sort of through line in like?
No, we agree, man.
Circles? Yeah. Am I off base that like progressives sort of not deny it, but like?
I don't think they deny it. I don't see anyone saying that's not a thing. In fact, I think that a lot of people would agree with you, especially when it comes to things like overweight individuals, right? Like they would recognize that overweight individuals get treated like shit because of how
for
they
sure.
look.
Actually, that's a
Right?
good point. Yeah, for sure.
So
you know what? I and just to push you towards the direction. Oh, we got someone special in the tank all of a sudden. No, to push you towards what I think that you're trying to point is progressive culture does have unequal standards in terms of how we address that problem, because that is a fact. Everyone agrees on it. But some would say, hey, we should be nicer to fat people. We should be nicer to people that have disfigured faces or people that have Down syndrome,
the left's
et cetera,
pretty anti-body shaming in general.
Yeah,
right?
we're anti-body shaming. But separately, there is this thing going on where people then deny that it exists when talking about the incels, because they say, hey, work on your personality. It's not your looks that are getting in the way, it's your personality, it's your entitlement and all of that, where both are improvable. And I've seen conversations about this. Looks are probably more improvable on average than personality, because it seems like one bleeds into the other more than the former. The effects of improving your looks probably do a lot more to repair the first impression than, say, making a good first impression personality-wise does to make the animal think that you're attractive. Because one of those is mostly agentive. Like, I can go into a conversation with Wick, cast aside my biases about what I think his opinions are, and then hear him out, and I might find his personality quite charming if I don't assume that Wick, by being a Mega Man fan, is an old fogey.
Two things.
I can't make myself
Thank you,
attractive
Rezzy, for the raid. Welcome, Rezzy viewers to the thing. Also, my friend here, do you mind if we bring on just real quick 𝕵𝖎𝖙, who has only a few minutes to talk to us? Is that
Yeah,
okay?
for sure.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump out or listen in or something like that.
Sure,
Yeah,
you
for
can.
sure.
Look, we won't kick you out, right? Like, but I know she only has a few minutes. So, 𝕵𝖎𝖙, you're live.
Welcome to the
Yes, good to see you. You know,
G'day,
it
g'day.
was so funny that Kaiju destroyed my puppy Kaiju, tried to sabotage my appearance on Wick yesterday by chewing through the Ethernet cable mid-show, and right now he's trying to do it again, even as we're recording. So,
look, I have many enemies, both foreign and domestic, and we must always be ever vigilant to make sure that they do not try to ruin things.
that's true.
I think
especially
that
puppies.
despite that beast's attempts to destroy our show yesterday.
Censor you.
Indeed. Despite that, I think the conversation yesterday, I am very happy with how it went. I think that the conversation between you, Soft and Left, and No Opinions was one of the best I've heard on foreign policy in this space in quite a while. But yeah.
I can't take the credit for it. I think it was Noah, a really smart guy, and Sucked on Left is one of the very smartest people in this space. What I wanted to jump on and talk to y'all about is, did y'all see that crazy ass tweet from that tanky, the one praising Osama bin Laden? Can you believe that? Can I just read it to you really quickly?
Please,
I know there have been so many lately. Let me just read this out loud.
I saw your tweet on it. Sorry to interrupt, and it was pretty funny what you tweeted.
What? How so? How so?
Let me just check the state of.
Yeah. Let me just see.
Oh my god.
Let me just see how it's going on Tanky Twitter. Okay, this is from a fantastic account from a quality person called 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜. This isn't a sock puppet account. This is an actual person that's a real writer that has a substantial following in the book industry and 30,000 followers. So here it is, word for word. Can pretty safely state that Bin Laden and I did not agree on much, but blowing up the World Trade Center is probably the most principled and defensible thing he ever did.
Oh man, there are words for this. Brain damaged. The moral compass is entirely broken if you think that it is dispensable to kill 3,000 innocent people. That is wild to me that anyone would say that. I should be desensitized to this at this point from Twitter takes, because I've seen people make stupid takes on Twitter. But I don't know what it is. It's just it's just like this constant deluge of just crazy. But it's weird too, because there's a lot of people who are telling me, and I had this argument last night on Twitter, right? Who are saying who are just mad at me for pointing this stuff out. They're mad at me for pointing out anti-Semitism or pro-Hamas or pro-terrorist like 𝕵𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖚 and saying you're being divisive, you're ruining the movement, you're painting us to be bad actors. That's not what I'm doing. No, what I'm doing is I'm drawing a delineation between these are the crazy people, so I can say, look, those are people who are crazy, but we're pushing them out of our movement. We are the sane ones, and you can trust us because we won't gaslight you into saying there's not a problem. We also recognize the problem, and we go after it too. I think that is one of the best things you can do for your movement, because one of the problems we're having is when what they see is people attacking me for going after the anti-Semitic people, and it comes into question like, well, why are you attacking him for pointing out anti-Semitism? That's kind of weird, and it brings up a lot of these things. Anyway, but I know you only have a few minutes, so go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say 100% everything you said, Wick. And one of the things about cancer is after you get rid of the cancer, you're a lot healthier. And I think the left will be a lot healthier when we excise these people. They're openly calling for violence out of our movement. Here's the thing, though, Wick. I didn't know this, and this blew my mind. Okay, you know me, I am not a fan of J.K. Rowling at all.
Yeah,
I am not a fan of J.K. Rowling.
I think our first conversation was you yelling about
was about J.K. Rowling.
Yeah.
This woman had a tweet that they wrote multiple news articles about how she wanted to slit J.K. Rowling's throat, which is just, at a certain point, this is not a sock puppet account. This is a real person that is an author with book contracts and professional connections. At some point, I think decent people need to say, I'm not going to buy your book, right?
I mean, we've gotten to the point now where the internet has proven itself as like, what do we call this? Search engine optimization changes it so that you can't find websites. In the same way, people are radicalizing their speech so that they can be heard just to rise up in the algorithm. Saying violent things is really the best way to get a 10K tweet. And yeah, you'll have someone who is purporting to be on the right side of history going Unabomber mode. It's kind of strange to be like everybody in an area is not innocent. On the same ticket though, do you know about the older tweet that person did?
No, is there another one? Is there another one?
There's an older tweet that was circulated a long time ago that is from the same person, where they said somebody said, what would you do if a homeless person tried to pickpocket you? Would you just say that you deserve whatever happens on the means to do it? And their take was, hey, what was it? What would you do if the Native Americans tried to reclaim the United States? And they were like, you know what? I would say it was justified. I would hide in a hole like a coward, but I would say that ultimately it's justified. There's a new thing going on where people have an idea. They need to take it to its natural conclusion so that they can hang a lampshade on that. They want to say, I believe the most extreme version of this, so you can't even begin to call me a hypocrite. That's where we've gotten to, though. You need to be the most extreme version of yourself, or you're not going to come up in the algorithm, and you're going to be derided for not being extreme enough or not being subtle enough. It cuts a line in the sand. Like you said, it's like oil and water. People are going to separate. The left, the progressive left, and the radical left are going to become two different groups. And it's going to happen mostly because it's a social performance of violence, or violence advocacy, at least.
I think it comes across as privilege, because this person isn't a police officer, they don't serve in the military. They're advocating for violence that they are not going to have to deal with. It is blissfully theoretical for them. They don't serve their country, right? So I think it's really ironic that these kind of white fringe leftists are the most privileged people that can talk about creating these academic messes that they don't have to clean up, right? It makes our country weaker, it makes our democracy weaker, and it deeply damages our discourse. And I'm done with them.
Amen. Amen. I think that's the way we all should be. We should stop tolerating people in our spaces saying crazy shit. And by tolerate, I'm not advocating for censorship here. I want you to be able to say your shit, but I want to be able to say, hey, if you say that shit, I'm gonna make fun of you. I'm going to continually make fun of you until you stop. So
I love it. Pleasure seeing you, Wick. I'll jump off. Let me get some other callers. We'll talk soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hey. You were saying.
Yeah, sorry about that. I know she had to go. She has another appointment. I wanted to make sure she got on.
Me?
Yes, you. Did you have anything else with regards to leftism and the halo effect and how we treat incels?
Yeah, for sure. I got more than a couple of things, but
one more thing because we do have a bit of a line. So
for sure. Generally, the way I see attitudes towards incels is people generally hate the group because of the level of entitlement. Am I right there?
Some people would say entitlement, but I don't. That's the stated premise. Yeah.
Stated premise. Okay. Yeah, because I sort of have an issue with that because by being virtue of men and by being the ones I have to approach, does not every man show a level of entitlement in society? Like when you approach a woman at a grocery store or something, you approach her because you literally think she looks cute. You don't know anything else about her, and then you're demanding entitlement from her time. Do you understand what I mean? Like, it seems like a little bit of a doublespeak sort of thing, and I think there's another underlying principle that people don't like incels for. I think.
Do you have your theory of it, or are you just asking openly what you think we think that hidden principle is?
I think it's a combination of just it's just asocial people that don't look very nice with that level of entitlement. It's like a perfect storm of little things that come together. But I think because no one really takes the issue seriously of inceldom, other than just to demonize them, they just say, "Oh, it's just entitlement" or something like that. Like it's because no one really has a thorough look at the culture or anything like that.
I've got a little bit of my own theory here. We won't go super deep into it if we don't need to. But masculinity is challenged and is debased by being an incel, because being an incel is not merely having difficulty dating, it's having difficulty dating and admitting and complaining about it. So the idea that your problem, which is understood as a personal problem by these people, is being elevated up to a communal problem. You were saying, because I can't get laid, there is something wrong with the social fabric. Because I am exempt, because I am not sufficient. And they would say, this is a personal problem, work it on a personal level. And then you would say, I think it's a social problem because there are enough of us that it would be better if it was dealt with a collective bargain. So
not just that, but there's also going to be social repercussions as well. Like,
well, when you go to that part, you're out of the field of productive conversation with that group, because they have different ends in mind for society than you do.
Yeah, for sure.
Moving forward from that, so what should you do when thinking about the fact that the group that wants to change things doesn't want to change things for you? The group that wants to keep things the same doesn't, of course, they're not going to help you change things in your behalf. What do you do if you're a man that is struggling with their identity? The first thing I would push is ask yourself, what is masculinity about? What is it currently about? And is the reason that they dislike me actually that I am not performing masculinity to the proper degree? I think people don't like incels because they're failed men. They don't like the fact that somebody is a little bitch. When they're saying entitled, that's a way of saying little bitch. It's a way that they can get away with saying it, because in other contexts, we would say proper entitlement. Yes, you are entitled to have people in public reflect your personal ideas about yourself in language. You are entitled to have people not harass you.
One of the discussions we're going to have next week, and I'm setting it up, Lycan will be there, right? We're going to be talking about men's issues. And so I'll reach out again. Can you re-DM me? Because if it's been a couple months and I haven't responded, it's probably because you got lost in the sauce, brother. So
you did respond, but I just didn't really follow it up. So
then how dare you, right? But
sorry, mate.
No, it's okay. But I would love to talk about this more because it is an issue, right? Like there's a lot of, we expect men to behave in a way that we would not expect women to behave in similar circumstances, and it's a problem both for men and women. But anyway, buddy, for now, to the void. To the void. Let's get through. I am not sure. I think I remember the order, but I'm not sure I remember the order. I'm going to try to remember the order that they came in.
We got the whole. We got the whole crew.
The whole crew. What is up, sir? You are live.
How's it going? Let
How
me.
we doing, buddy?
Good. I don't know you, Tunachip. So nice to meet you.
Welcome to meet me. Welcome to meeting me.
I'm not sure what. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're doing with Miss Pac-Man there, but let's not ask those questions. So, following what 𝕵𝖎𝖙 was talking about, I saw today there are streamers on Twitch reading Osama bin Laden's letter to America in the year 2023. Is this really not against? Can we read Mein Kampf on Twitch?
I think actually you can. I'm not sure.
You can?
There are certain things that you can't read out loud, the words, because you would be speaking things. But I think theoretically, let's go ahead and check what the TOS is for hate speech, whether or not you can read a historical document which is associated with it, because that's on the gray. That's on the gray
okay.
for sure.
I've never tried reading it on stream, so I don't know.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second, Wick. We know your past. Don't even go. No.
Do you? What fan fiction's out there about my past now? So I've already been I've already been accused of being a Zionist shill, right? I've been accused of being a Mossad agent, which is funny to me. But I'm curious what your accusation is of my past.
No, I'm joking. I have no clue. And that actually is one of my questions. But I feel like it would kind of go nowhere. Doesn't seem like you're very open to talk about your past so much.
What do you want to know?
I don't even know if Wick's your real name or anything.
Wick is not my real name. No.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know anything. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but it feels like I never ask those questions anyway because it seems that you're not so open to talk about that stuff, which is fine. I'm not even bringing that up, But I just think it's crazy. I really, truly think it's crazy that you can read a propaganda piece from a terrorist that literally killed 3,000 Americans. It blows my mind. It absolutely, and it was from a Twitch streamer that's a leftist that said, well, all the religious stuff, I don't like that. But the America bad stuff, all that's true. All of it's true. And it blows my fucking mind. Because if this was 2016, I saw the exact same stuff from 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙, from Nick Fuentes, from all those people questioning the Holocaust. Now I'm seeing the exact same rhetoric on the left. It is horseshoe theory confirmed. There's no sort of, questioning it anymore. Prove me wrong, Tina.
I wouldn't call it horseshoe theory because the thing about the left and the right is they do have different principles, but they agree on certain facts. So even back
that Jews are bad. Is that what you mean?
That's not the fact I'm talking about. But,
okay, well,
no. So,
also $2 more from 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙. No one tell them OBL. Osama bin Laden also fought the USSR. Fair enough. Carry on.
Yeah.
Hey, that would be a danger.
He did. He originally was fighting in, I think, Afghanistan against the Soviet Union. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, well, you'll find that a majority of people now disregard the USSR, especially the late USSR. But aside from that, the people on the left and the right, when they're reading the Osama bin Laden shit, when they're reading Letter to America, they are skimming over portions, and this is the fun thing, they're skimming over the portions that the other is focusing on. What happens is that one document is like comb filtered and then sent to two different groups. And this is like what good propaganda is able to do. It's able to look at things that are appealing to two different bodies, appeal to both of them, and then attempt to merge them into one political voice. So that's like, obviously that's a founding portion of what good like Marxist propaganda would be about. It's about trying to make it so that people that are working on the docks and people that are immigrants would see one another as both the working class against some other thing.
I saw Jackson Hinkle was just on Alex Jones doing the exact same thing, which is so funny coming from Alex Jones, who is a devout anti-communist, because communism is the evil word, right? In the Cold War era, right? And Jackson Hinkle's a devout communist, and they were friends. They were like, no, we're good friends actually. We all fighting against the deep state and blah 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 blah. So I know what you mean.
In the same way that you could say that Trump has major agreements with the left in that both of them would like to drain proverbial swamps. It just depends on what that swamp is.
It's authoritarian. But that's why I'm saying that
it's not actually that way by default, though. What I'm trying to say is that things like Letter to America, people like Hinkle is one of the greatest examples of a person who is attempting to make a circle out of what is like a sheet of paper. He is the glue that is attempting to make a continuum become. So like if you're able to make it happen with effective propaganda, then yeah, you do get closer to a horseshoe theory. But it's not that way by default. That is the exercised will of individuals creating good rhetoric. The left and the right have massively different opinions and only come into agreement when somebody is able to channel a powerful
they have very
world voice.
I think that where horseshoe theory is absolutely like has always been the place is the more extreme you get, the more extreme actions they're willing to take. So their goals might be different and disparate, and their ideas might be different and disparate, but their willingness to engage in certain actions and certain tactics and things like that. No bad targets, just bad tactics.
Right.
Or no bad tactics, just bad targets. Sorry, I reverse that. Is absolutely a sign of horseshoe theory because both sides are willing to do that. Is there anything else you had for us?
Well, that brings me to talk about how like your show seems to be one of the very few voices of liberalism, small L, that really is trying to be intolerant of these extremist views and really challenge them at their face.
We try.
Yeah, and I want you to hire a video editor to get better videos out of these live shows. Because
if you want me to do that, pay me money.
I know.
Pay me money.
I agree. I will. And I have. Okay, please.
Pay me more.
Okay, it's possible.
Okay, but buddy, is there anything else before we let you go?
No, all good.
Okay, see you later, buddy. So, again, when it comes to being intolerant of these extremist views, that's not how I'd put it, because that's not true. I think that like we are tolerant of the views, we're not tolerant of the actions. However, what we do try to do here is challenge your views, whether they be moderate or extreme. Your views here will be challenged. We will take you to a task. And yes, for me personally, right, I think extremism is bad. I want to pull people out of extremism and into channel their energies into more productive, positive venues to get much of the same goals that they want done. Now, there are some goals I think are just crazy. There are some ways of thinking that I think are just crazy, but that's the long and short of it, right? So it is a working, like this is the thing with the Israel-Palestine stuff. There are a lot of people who are just super extreme in their stances. And I am simply trying to say that we should be both pro-Israel and pro-Palestine. It is not a contradiction, and in fact, it is the moral stance to take. But let me bring on our next guest. Bryce, you're live.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, how we doing, buddy?
I don't know. You came in. It's a call-in show. You came in.
Doing pretty good. Yeah, I came in because, you know, like everybody else, I consume Twitter a lot. I'm on there all the time. I'm posting at people. I'm replying. And it's frustrating when you, even if you have the practice of like, okay, these are just fucking like weird fringe idiots. I'm going to laugh it off. It's not going to be a big deal. I'm going to go and eat my chicken tendies and have my chocolate milk and everything will be good. It's still really, really frustrating. I think Brianna and a bunch of people were on point because I think like nuance. What blows my mind is that as most leftists, you typically have an idea that like nuance matters. That there are things like intersectionality, and that like group membership is more than just a singular group. Sometimes you can have multiple group ownership or membership, and then that changes everything. And you see these same leftists talk about Republicans, how they're anti-LGBT, anti-women's rights, and how they're monsters and all this shit, and how like conservatives are the absolute worst. But then guess who's doing the exact same shit to Palestinians? Hamas, the PIJ, all these other like brigades that control like different neighborhoods and shit in Gaza. So what blows my mind is that they don't look at Israel and Hamas with those same lenses. As soon as Israel has this, like they have this perception of Israel being the oppressor and basically like the colonizer, the settler, all like analysis and like critical thinking just goes out the fucking window. And it's really annoying because you see people that are like relatively intelligent. They may not be the brightest people, but they're relatively intelligent, and they just say like, nah. Because Israel, like if outside of Bibi and ultra nationalists, like Israel, there's a lot of nuance there. There's a lot of reasons that can, a lot of things that can explain some of their more like harsher policies, like the 𝕬𝖎 doctrine, some of the things that they do through like Hasbara. I don't know, that shit really annoys me. And when you talk about incels, I could go off on about incels and the same kind of shit too. How it applies to incels, how incels are people too. Men have dysmorphia, they have negative body image, there's mental illness. They're so fucking down bad that on TikTok, they're taking hammers to their jaw to try to break their jaw to get a better jawline, right? Like, these people are ill in a lot of the cases.
Yeah.
There's an industry too. There's an industry too. You obviously, some people, it's probably the cat's out of the bag with a lot of this shit, but it's not orthodontics, but the secondary like where mewing comes from. There's an entire fucking subsector where the idea is ways to change essentially what your physiognomy will be, and teens are like are paying to watch these people's like Patreons, and it's just like,
well, on that, it's crazy because on that exact note, Andrew Huberman, who's like a really active guy on like social media with like all kinds of health and diet, nutrition, fitness stuff.
Classic guy.
Yeah, and he's had to deal with deepfakes of himself promoting like mewing products and all these like pro incel products.
It's a problem.
Crazy.
It's a problem. You're not wrong, right? Like people have blind spots that they're in movements have blind spots that they're just not they're unwilling or unable, I'm not sure which, to address, and it is really a problem. I'll have people come on and give me all sorts of context for why Hamas does what Hamas does, but when you talk about Israel, it's because they're evil. Right? That's as far as the conversation goes.
Yeah, as soon as you get that designation, like when you look at incels, it's typically they see quickly that it's usually
they're just misogynists, right?
Yeah, misogynist, or they're white, or they're men, and so they label it as being have like institutional advantage, etc. So they just dehumanize. Which is really, it's crazy. Like they're not aware that they're actually dehumanizing these people and not like applying the same kind of logic to the incels, because you could see that like bad shit probably happened in their developmental years, right?
So the rhetoric and the language and the words and all of this exists to sustain affects against structural conflict, right? So like you are supposed to be, so like this is why everybody is constantly on like YouTube essays talking about the paradox of tolerance. You need to have an idea like that and constantly harp on that idea because it's really, really important to glaze over the part of you that has a cognitive dissonance. In the same way, you need to like the identity of man now is not, it's not self-defined. The identity of woman can be self-defined. The identity of trans can be self-defined. The identity of black can be self-defined. Oppositional definitions, institutional definitions, they get used only in reference towards things that sustain a negative bias that is understood to be like of essential utility. I need to be cautious. I need to be skeptical. I need to be XYZ. To the point where other people, you can call it dehumanization. I would say departicularity or whatever it is. It's not even that because they're not losing their humanity. What they're losing, and the person who's really losing something, is the person who is cutting themselves off from access to the human resource of the other. If I don't talk to somebody like I'm a queer person or something, and I go and I'm constantly saying, oh, fuck all my, I fuck my dad. He's just a straight white man. I'm like, you have so much in common with your dad. Your dad knows probably what you're going to die from. You share biology and illness. You share so much, cultural history. You're the one losing every single time. But what you lose is not nearly as valuable as feeling like you were right the whole time, not having to have a revolutionary change in spirit, not letting go of negative like sentences that you use as a coping mechanism. I mean, we could go on and on and on, but the loser is you. The loser is always
interesting
you.
thing to kind of riff off exactly what you're saying. The interesting thing is that they expect, because of them having these particular group memberships, like maybe being man, white, whatever the mixture is, they expect them to just kind of be near perfect. You're expected to handle like situations extremely well, like because it's okay to react abnormal to situations that are abnormal, right? If you get rejected in like a really fucking like terrible way, that's like really mean, whatever, it's okay to get mad. It's okay to be like, oh fuck, like I'm gonna have a negative reaction to that. And obviously, like we want to coach people to have like the skills and tools to do that, but it just physiologically and like in your brain, like humans, like emotions are a key component of all cognition, right? So to me, it's just like the expectation for them to be, because they're susceptible to the same thing. Like everybody's susceptible to harms that they're like being subjected to, and we just have to remember that like if you're saying you're saying your words like departicularizing or whatever the fuck, you just have to understand you are pushing them deeper and deeper into the arms of people like Nick Fuentes, right? You're pushing these guys into like potentially political outcomes where these incels are going to be on these deplatformed like niche platforms like Rumble and Kick and like Cozy TV and all this shit, and they're going to get exposed to no pushback and lots of more political shit. And the other really, really big problem that it's a little bit of like a segue, it's a bit of a tangent, but a lot of the incel research is, I'm going to try to word this correctly because it's a bit of a take. A lot of the incel research is good. It's just that their analysis and their prescriptions are really, really bad. Like they have a really famous wiki. I forget what it's called. But there's a huge wiki where they have a disgusting amount of like documents and research and so on. That's like, okay, shit, this is pretty well researched. But then you see like as soon as you read into like a little more, they're like subtext, like, okay, wait, your analysis is not that great. Your prescription is also not that great. But that's kind of the difficulty with the inceldom, is that this shit is so tempting because it is good research on its face, and it makes you susceptible to kind of like the epistemic and like social necessity or like need that you have.
Briss,
mm-hmm.
Can I check with you on something?
Yeah.
We can go infinitely deep on how society doesn't care about people once they've been put into an exempt class by the social, or we can talk about how it's really, really tempting when you've been abandoned to then become just another fucking member of some radical idea. But I want to check with you on this. Do you think that how much of this do you think is going to sustain into like Gen X, Gen Alpha? How much do you think this is just like an early, not Gen X, Gen Alpha, Gen Z? How much do you think that this is like an early Gen Z, late millennial thing? Because I think that we are less used to the internet. We're less used to being a part of a global village than this new generation, to the point where other people, I don't see as many incels, young incels. I don't see them. Where are they? Where are the 14-year-olds saying, or saying it's too
most
late?
14-year-olds. Okay.
Yeah. Wait. So that you asked a bunch of. Sorry, Rick. I just would
it's
love
okay.
to
I just want to make sure that
is this not solving itself? That's my question.
No, and I'll tell you why. So you have one thing I agree with you on is that we have all kinds of new technology, and just kind of broadly speaking, in our entirety, humanity is not really like acclimated ourselves both to like our bodies and our minds. We don't really know like how to handle this technology, how to really like properly use it, how to like limit ourselves, and that's having all kinds of negative effects. But I think that what you're going to see, it's going to shape, because there are just some underlying ideas that are backed by a lot of data, like with regards to how many men are single these days, the age of male virginity is going up, the amount of sex that we're having is going down. So it seems like there are some trends that are kind of underlying all this stuff that indicate it's not really going to go away, and we're going to have persistent problems. It's just probably just going to evolve, kind of like the TikTok thing, right? Back like in my day, in my early days, I remember they'd be like Tiny Chat and like some of these like niche video chat platforms where these incels, there's a Vice documentary about it actually, where these incels would go and like talk to themselves and so on. But now it's on TikTok, right? They have TikTok where they can show videos of like how their jaw's bruised and they're trying to like mew and all this shit. So it's just going to evolve. It's going to change.
$5 from Testicle Johnson. In Islam, those faithful to Allah are promised virgin women in the afterlife. Incels should all convert to Islam, inshallah, my brothers. Okay, well, thank you, Bryce, for coming by.
No problem. Right? Trade one mental illness for another. Body dysmorphia to reality dysmorphia.
Okay. I'll see you later, Bryce. Have a great day.
Peace. Thanks.
We got one more caller. One final contestant. Let's bring him in. Yeah.
What's the prize?
Prize is our attention. Let's bring them in.
Well, I guess everybody wins. No fun in that.
I don't know if everyone wins, but hi, you're live, friend.
Who are we looking at?
What you got for us?
What's going on? I can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, we got no sound coming out.
Try switching mic sources. Maybe you have the wrong one. Well, holy shit, Wick, you've been sending people to the void for so long, eventually it got sent back to you.
This is the void, right? We can hear nothing, see nothing. Nothing is all around us, inside of us, moving through us.
It was taxes.
Yeah, one more chance, buddy. What you got?
Nothing else loved so unconditionally. Okay, he's clearly trying to fix the issue. He's muted the headphones.
He'll hopefully figure it out in a moment. But if he doesn't, we'll just...
All right, is it working?
Ah, hello,
yeah.
hello.
Fucking thing is pissing... Okay, we got it.
Okay, you're live. What you got?
I got the most unpopular opinion of the day. The opinions have been pretty calm lately. I'm going to get one in here. It's going to piss some people off, and I'm not going to couch my language, but here's the facts. Breath of the Wild is one of the worst Zelda games ever made, with very little redeeming features. And I could defend that point.
Well, first of all, $10 from In Pursuit of Knowledge. Here's a cash for a video editor. Also, and you better read this, non-smoker is an F-word face. Okay.
Well, okay. I when you said F-word, I thought it was F-slur. And I was like, what a strange insult. I haven't heard that pair in that way. Okay. You have actually stumbled randomly into one of the few callers that will actually engage you in this. Lifelong fan of Zelda. Would you have this opinion if Tears of the Kingdom had not been released?
Yes.
Okay, why is it bad? What makes it bad? Give me 3 bullet points. We'll do it quick.
Biggest bullet points. Open world, big and empty. There's nothing in it. 2, dungeons, basically non-existent. It's a staple of Zelda. You can't get rid of them. 3, too much emphasis on just messing around with physics and side content and shit, like empty, useless systems, food.
Okay, so first off,
Zelda, for God's sake.
Okay, first one's first. So, Oracle of Ages would be the first thing that comes to mind as falling into the same pitfalls of not having like a complete Zelda game. So when we think about like there's a core thing that everybody expects to be in a game, same thing with Age of Seasons. Both of them are missing something that is core to the game by most people's definition. Yet at the same time,
they were also
missing
not made by
more.
Nintendo.
Say it again?
They were also not made by Nintendo.
Yeah, regardless, the point is they are still Zelda games unless you want to erode them off the list. Now, moving forward, if you don't like a big, empty open world, I've got great news for you. You can play a linear plot and not explore, and the game actually has does a decent job of chugging you along through the proper content. Most people that don't like open world games, they don't like the fact that they have ADHD that's unmedicated. They can't afford their speed. So I would say anybody.
Actually, I would say the open world games cater to the ADHD more than anything else.
They cater to the ADHD for the people that like their ADHD, but if somebody has ADHD shame, like I'm getting out of you, caller, I'm getting some self-hatred. I'm hearing some spite. Then what happens is you're playing the game, you get distracted, and you're like, "Damn it, this game doesn't keep me focused enough. I need to have my
there's
fidget
nothing
spinner
to distract me. What am I distracted by? That
wait,
tree over there? It looks like that tree over here.
Okay, and then the biggest thing that because I do agree with you, there are things that I like about the other Zelda games that are lost on this title. But I wouldn't call it one of the worst because we've got absolute fucking flunkers. Are you gonna say that it's
there's some real bad ones, but
okay, Zelda 2? We're gonna do Zelda 2?
I've never been a fan of that one. I said it's one terrible. Of the worst. It's down there. The CD, you could go with the the old CDIs. Nobody include. I don't think Nintendo even acknowledges they exist. But
we've hemorrhaged enough viewers here that I'm just gonna land on this. Zelda is a game of the past. It is a style of game that influenced so many other games to the point where, like, if you want an old school Zelda game nowadays, the best evolution of it would be something like Tunic, or even theoretically something like God, what's that stupid puzzle game, 𝕾𝖎𝖙 or whatever. Doesn't matter. There are plenty of games if you want an old school Zelda game that are out there. Just play them. Nintendo wants to create a new franchise and carry over the bloated husk of Mario, of Zelda, of Breath of Fire. I don't fucking care. I don't care about these about the strategy games. I don't like 3D Mario games, for instance. I thought that was too much of a change. And that's really, really stupid. By everybody's metric, Sonic games fucking suck, and the newest ones are constantly bad. Let them make some bad games. It's the one franchise that has been constantly disappointing people, only 10% each game. Let them try something new, because you can't play fucking Ocarina of Time nowadays.
Friends can. I was just playing it the other day.
You can.
Thank you for
and they re-released it on 3DS.
Thank you for your really bad takes on video games, but to the void.
Voided.
Fun fact.
You know what? This void is not like most voids, because most voids you can just go to work. He doesn't have a job. He just has to go back to his mother's basement.
Or to play Breath of the Wild. I've never played Breath of the Wild. I've never played the latest Zelda games. I don't have a Switch.
Okay, so I'm not gonna wink wink nudge anybody. I don't know what your PC is. There are means of trying to play the game.
DM me later.
Were you a fan of the old Zelda games?
I was. I really liked Ocarina of Time. I really liked the original Link. I really liked the A Link to the Past. I think the Link to the Past is my favorite out of all the Zelda games.
It's the goat of the 2Ds.
Yeah.
Of the top down. Ocarina, I was a huge Majora's Mask. People never criticize Majora's Mask for having an open world. It is one of the that's an open fucking world. I didn't play Majora's Mask either,
unfortunately.
Side quests like crazy, but anyway.
I will say this. We got a couple more callers. But if we want this to go on, if you want more content, I need your money, gang. I need someone to step up and give me some subs in the Twitch chat or super chat a little bit. I need you to lube up the wheels of content here, gang. We got people waiting backstage. We got Sizzling Wall. We got Non-Smoker. So I'm going to bring Sizzling Wall on because I saw him here earlier. But if you want us to continue after this, you have to give us money. So feel free to donate if you like. But let's bring Sizzling Wall on and see what he's got. You're live.
Sizzler, what's going on? You calling from a Chili's?
Yes. You have a problem with that?
It sounds well. You're the delivery driver, from what I can tell. How are we doing?
I'm actually picking up money, but yes, fair enough. That is fair.
Sick, brother. Something that Wick wishes he was doing right now.
Yeah, I wish I was picking up money.
You guys can help him do now.
True.
What's going on?
All right. You want to talk about your AI art take, Mr. Tunachip?
Yeah, sure. That's an ancient take, but let's go into it.
Okay. How much effort is effort a factor in art?
Is effort a factor in art? I don't think that the value of art comes from its effort. I think that because obviously a very skilled painter versus a less skilled painter can make the same painting, and there's more effort from the non-skilled painter, yet we would value very clearly the skilled painter, his work more. There's something about it that seems more legitimate. We don't care about struggle nearly as much.
Yeah, there's a couple things that we might want to separate a little bit, like value as in like market
hey,
value
thanks for
versus
the
personal
gifted
value.
membership, by the way. Okay, continue.
Like value as in personal value versus like market value. Those
I'm not talking about market value either.
Yeah,
Keep in mind, when I say, because if we were talking about certain commodities, the market value usually goes up with the labor costs. But what I'm saying is that having a Van Gogh, it's not the misery of Van Gogh that puts the value in there. It's the name, it's the prestige, and the prestige doesn't come from how hard it was for him to paint. The prestige comes from how prolific and influential he was. So I don't think it's actually effort that makes art better.
Okay, so I want to be more specific. How the label artist, does that require effort?
The label of artist, you gotta make art theoretically for most people to consider it accurate. There's some effort put into that. So like usually there's a tutelage that you have to go through to learn those arts.
Okay. So knowing this from you now, how could I not be an artist if I type in the letter A into an art generator?
I'm not going to say that you're not an artist. What I would say is that what you are doing is less artistic than, say, if you were to sit down with a pen and paper and try to draw. Because to me, art is defined as something that is of direct intention, something that is made in order for it to exist by the person making it. So if I draw a picture, every element of it, in terms of its presentation, not the materials it was made out of. Usually I'm conceding in that regard, right? I have ink, I have pen that I get from the economic situation I'm in. But everything that is drawn on the page that is unique to it is mediated between my ability, that's a limit of me, and my will, that is something inside my mind. Unlike that, what happens when you type a sequence of characters into an AI, image generation model is that you are typing something in and then it goes through this encrypted portion where you sacrifice agency, and what comes out is of less direct will than when you pick up a pen. Most people are better at drawing something that they want to draw than typing out a prompt. Now, some people are very, very, very good at typing out a prompt. So what happens when you become better and better and better at controlling and using the tool, you become more agentive. I do not disagree with that. The problem there is that there's something about, and most of my takes on AI come from this. There's something about the limitations born into image generation that feels less genuine and doesn't match the descriptive definition of art that we use when we're talking about somebody going about the setbacks that they have physically. The wrist, the muscle, the time, the focus. There's something about that we think is more a product of the self, maybe just the fact that it's a part of the animal as opposed to some nebulous other, than we think about, say, how much processing power somebody has, how much reference material somebody has, how good the AI is at interpreting language and being precise with the execution of what that language is asking for. We attribute those things somewhere else because usually they're not the one that programmed it. They're not the one that made the source material. If I was Van Gogh and I had an AI model that was fed exclusively off of my own programming and my own pictures, I would find it a lot easier to say that the paintings I, as Van Gogh, using that machine, are a Van Gogh. It would be kind of like when somebody makes those mechanisms with the paint and the bucket and the rope.
That's what I was. That's where I came from this from. Is what I was seeing that.
Yep, the Shadiversity post, right?
Yes. I think I think he makes some good points, but it's a little much. I think
that post is lowbrow. So anybody that's not familiar, I'll explain it really quick. He posted a video of somebody with the bucket and the rope. It's something akin to the modern art profession of using momentum as a device.
Is this the one where the girl has her hair in the red paint and is swimming?
No, it's a bucket with a hole on the bottom. What people do is they poke a hole in the bottom of the bucket and then they spin it. They spin the portrait and they control the rate at which the paint is dropped onto it. It's a more elegant form of a Jackson Pollock.
Okay. They don't control it. They set it by however big the hole is in the paint bucket.
Sure. What I'm saying is they control the spinning of the canvas underneath.
Okay, yeah.
They spin the canvas. So it's less agentive and it's less direct means than, say, holding a paintbrush and moving each microscopic thing. But the part where he's asking, is this my art? Is this not my art? It's really, really obvious, man. Who made the rig? Who I consider the rig that he's using to be a more artful expression than the paintings made with it, but the paintings are an extension of the rig. If I looked at the painting and I said, is this object in its creation more artistic or less artistic than a painting made by the wrist? I would say slightly less.
With that, I think that's where I feel kind of sympathetic to people who are very, very pro AI art generation, where I think the generation image is like the process to get there is also kind of insane and like beautiful in its own way. So but also to summarize what you were saying earlier, to see if I understand, you are saying most of the time when you're inputting a prompt, it would be more akin to like a collaboration project of, I guess, without where you're using tools that someone else has created that is the art itself, kind of.
I think it's because of the order of operations. It's the order of operations because when you start with tools that are made by somebody else, and then you use those tools and you take them from resource to commodity, no matter what, if it's art or if it's any other form of process, what you are doing is you're encoding the product with the most recent and then accordingly the most agentive touch. When you instead take a prompt, you put it into something, and then what's happening is that after that process, something else stands between you and the product. What happens is that whoever encoded it, whoever created that consciousness, has a little bit more credit.
Okay, I'm throwing a flag. I am. Look, I'm going to be real with both of you. I do not care about art in this way.
Yeah, there are women being raped in Gaza. How dare you have a conversation?
Art is cool, but what is art and what is not art? Art is whatever I can convince enough people is art. That is it, right? If I can convince enough other people to say this is art, then it is art. That's it.
No, I agree. I agree. I'm talking more about how people get so frustrated with how artist is applied and how people are like, "This, you're not an artist for doing such and such actions." That's more so I think everything's kind of just art. That's where I come from. So I definitely
is our
agree
talk
with that.
Right now,
I'm trying to get to. Yes, actually.
Well, okay, Sizzler.
I would agree.
Say real quick. I think that you would
just
agree.
Really quick because I wanna get to the next caller. But go on.
The highest art.
Oh my.
The highest art is survival because it is the thing most done for
This
itself.
is what I was. Wait. No. This is what I was gonna say. I think you would agree that the if with all your like parts to your argument or your parts to your thought process, I think you would think Van Gogh would be a more artistic person if he made the paint and paintbrushes he also used, right? Is that correct?
Of course.
Yeah, okay. I agree. We can end this conversation.
Okay. Well, thank you for calling in, buddy.
See you later,
I
bud.
didn't mean to be bored about the art thing, but it's the technicalities and things. I don't know. For me, again, if you can convince enough people it's art, then it's art, right? And if you can't, then it's not. And that's unfortunately the line, right? And what that number of people is depends on the context, right? If you can, on who's being shown it or things like that. But for now,
yeah,
For
no, this
now.
is definitely more like a liberal space where we are very much like everyone's kind of an artist, everyone's saying, so it's kind of boring because I'm trying to just like fight the shadow conservative.
It's all good. Fight the good fight in the shadow realm of the void.
Oh shit, man. Hey,
first of all,
to put my cap on it, do you have another guy coming in? We're gonna get non-smoker?
Yeah, well, that's what I was just saying because we have
love it.
Everyone's again. I've been giving 2 memberships, so that means I get 1 more caller, right? Because memberships aren't a lot, right? You can get a membership on my YouTube for very little. The more money you guys give me, the longer this will go. I'm letting you know right now, and now we have enough in the tank for 1 more caller, okay? 1 more caller, and that's non-smoker. So if you want to refill the tank, you absolutely can. How can you refill the tank? Through super chats. Super chat some questions, comments, things you want to say. Gift YouTube memberships. That's always something that you can do. If you are on Twitch or you are on Kick, you can gift me subs, send bits to me. These are all things that you can absolutely do. The more gas that's in my tank, the longer we'll go. Let's bring on the next caller, though. Hello.
Non-smoker, what's going on, brother?
You are live.
Man, I thought that was never going to end, that whole art conversation.
We put it out of its misery.
I know that guy from Twitter, so he was coming in with already so much. It's like walking in on a long ass conversation with it. He could have gone forever. Absolutely.
It felt like forever, bro. Yeah, well, first of all, I wanted to say, I came in here tonight to promote the newest, most exciting novel, internet political theory, Marxism, Leninism, Wickism. I'll be writing a Substack about this very, very shortly.
Okay.
Thousands of words in length, so prepare yourselves. Everybody subscribe to my Substack.
Thank you for the $5 Sizzling Wall. Always a great place to have a combo. I'll pay my tithe. Thank you. And Saxon, thank you for the sub in my Twitch chat. Thank you. Carry on.
Right, and I was called out a little bit by In Pursuit of Basic Literacy. I'm not sure what his problem is with me, but In Pursuit of Hooked on Phonics, if you'd like to have a debate about literally anything, including spelling and basic grammar, please reach out to me. So I just have a hypothetical for you guys. It's pretty direct.
Toss it.
Picture yourself, you're back in high school, and you have most of the knowledge, you have now, but you're back in high school. And it's this weird high school where everybody in the school, or a lot of people in the school, are people you know from Twitch, right? And you have an option as to who can be your social studies teacher. And the options are me or recently banned streamer Sansol. Who would you pick?
This is like, what's better, acid in your eyes or having a spike impaling your body? Like, I don't know. Like these choices, what's going on? Tuna, I'm gonna make you choose first.
Bro, I have no fucking clue anything about Sansol in terms of history. All I know about him is I've seen the man playing essentially your same Skinner box games a million times over. I would assume. Okay, drop a little bit of knowledge on me. What would you teach if you were to be the teacher? What would you teach? What's your focus?
Well, I'm assertive. I'll give you my resume. right? I'm a certified by the state of New York social studies teacher for the secondary level, so 7th through 12th. I have a master's degree in history, master's of arts in history, and I've been teaching for 6 years. I'm an all-around likable guy, very funny, rather handsome, in pretty good shape, I kickbox, rather masculine, right? And my opponent has, I would argue, none of these qualities, although he has a great head of hair. I'll give him that.
Smoker, I gotta ask you, are we going back in time to what school was like when we were in school, or are we regressing in age to the current? Because if I was in school today, being a kickboxer, I would think that's a very important trait to get, because somebody's gonna kick my ass. Someone's gonna throw a table. Things have changed.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point. Okay, let's say it's today's day and age. Today's day and age. Right. But you are once again an adolescent, but you're living in today's day and age with, most of your present knowledge intact. You just have to do high school over again.
I'm gonna want non-smoker on because if Sansol's in there, he doesn't know what he's doing educationally, so I'm not getting an education. He's not going to be able to put up a resistance against the students that are pulling out pieces in the middle of class. So I'm going to get shot. The metal detector is probably not going to work because I know that you're going to be walking in with a gun every day to test to make sure that it's actually functioning. Sansol, he's going to be bringing a plastic Game Boy that doesn't set off the sensor. You got the vote, Sansol. What about you, Wick?
Okay. So, let me just be clear with the hypothetical. I'm taking all the knowledge I currently have, and so I'm back in high school with my current set of knowledge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then I'm picking Sansol, and here's why. Because Sansol's so lazy that he won't give me homework or projects to do. And I can be able to skip through and just skate through that class and graduate with no problems, right?
This is what a bug would say.
That's
that's a really good answer, Rick. That's a really actually 4D chess on your part.
I'm just saying, right? Look, again, because assuming I have the knowledge I know now, I've already done that shit. I've already gone through that shit. And while, yes, we could always learn more, I've already picked up the tools in my life to be able to learn more, have I wanted to do. But when you put me in an institutional place where there are people who will, again, in charge of pass or fail, which will affect my life, I'm going to choose the easy A every time. There you go. Does that answer your question, sir?
It does. I wish I had more to offer you, but I'm probably going to leave. The last thing, once again, in pursuit of a 5th grade education. Anytime you want to have a debate, buddy, hit me up.
I can set that up. Reach out to me, and we can make that happen. But for now, I'm going to let you go.
Wick, giving you a content idea right now. You should make a panel where it is all your biggest haters. We're gonna get non-smoker. We're gonna get what's her name? Nine Tails. We're gonna get what's his name right now? We're gonna get F-bombs for you. We're gonna get the entire axis of anti-Wick action in one place, and they are all gonna try and decide who is the biggest hater. Who do you think the biggest hater is? Who do you think is the most exemplary hater of you?
You know what? That is a good question, because I think a lot of these people's hates aren't genuine, right? I think F-bombs is going through it mentally, and so I think that he's just not in his right mind. I think Nine Tails is performative in her hate. I don't think she actually has any kind of emotion. She's a lizard in a very real way. I think it's mostly performative, and it's kind of I don't think there's any actual hate. It's just performative. Non-smoker doesn't hate me that much. He's more of a frenemy at this point. Oh man, I'm trying to think of other actual haters
in the panel. Let's
Like
get Sunday. Sunday might be your
Sunday
number
doesn't
one hater.
again. Sunday's like a lizard, right? He doesn't have any actual real emotions here. He's just pandering to his audience. I don't think it's really actually hate.
You don't
There
think
may
it's
be some
real?
malice there, but it's just not. I'm not. Yeah,
Well, here, how about
I'm
this?
struggling to think of someone who legitimately, I would say that legitimately in their heart of hearts that I would use the word hate to describe me, and I can't really tell. Like I can't think of one off the top of my head of someone who actually legitimately hates me. Dislike,
So
we got plenty. Dislike, we got a whole rack to choose from.
Here's
Hate?
my idea. Here's my idea. What we do, we rent out an Airbnb. We get all of your haters in there, and it's like The Bachelor, but instead of trying to fall in love, they need to prove that they are your number one hater. So what we go through contests. We have them write poems. We have them dox you. We have them figure out what all of the
Why do I want this? I don't want any of this. I'm good for it until they do like the actual hurting me shit. But
you know
write poems and shit.
chats?
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you know how many super chats you would get right now if 𝕾𝖎𝖏 was on here being crowned your number one hater? Chat, open up your mother's wallet. Put forth the 3 silly digits on the back.
Okay. Let's bring in the next contestant because we did get a few more donos. And reminder, gang, if we got to keep getting donos, if you keep wanting if you want to keep up me bringing on people, like the more donos we get, the more gas in the tank, the longer this goes. But unless we get that gas in that tank, we can't go because I'm hungry. I got things to want to do.
Speaking of tanks full of gas and lizards, I got to go drain mine. I'll be
Go
right
drain
back.
your lizard. Thank you for the 300 bits, Felix Fenny, for tuna from Mom.
How you doing, Wick?
I'm doing well. I haven't seen you in a while, buddy. What's up?
I haven't been around in a while, so that makes perfect sense. I've been out of the space, but I saw you streaming and I heard what you guys were talking about. Even though, so I'm going to bring it back to 5 minutes ago. But you were talking about art, which I know everybody was kind of like, humming and hawing about it or something like that. But I was going to talk about your last statement. You said like when enough people agree, it's art, right?
Yeah, art is anything you can convince enough people is art.
Okay, that's an interesting definition. Like, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I guess saying things are interesting. Sometimes someone's way of disagreeing without disagreeing. But so I was dating a girl in college, and she was an artist, like very much an artist. Her life was very much about art. Okay. And she told me once that art has no purpose, and I didn't know what that meant, and so I disagreed. And I said, well, that doesn't make any sense. Like, what do you mean art has no purpose? And so I kind of argued and, said, I think what I do and I'm creative in these ways and that's kind of my expression, blah, blah, blah. So then someone told me a story later and I understood what she meant. And she said, so here's the little story, and it's more like a little anecdote. And so let's say you are in charge of safety for the traffic people. What the hell do you want to call them? I don't care, Metro or something like that, right? And
I'm in charge of transportation safety, let's say.
Thank you. You are in the Department of Transportation. And you need to select the cones that are going to be the official cones that are used by your department from the city, right? Now, you've done all the studies, and you have the right shape and the right material and the cost and all that, right? The only thing is, there's 2 cones. One is yellow, and one is orange. And you've done all the studies, and there's no more point in going forward. And they are equally reflective, and they equally, have the same efficacy of showing people blah, blah, blah. Now,
are you talking about which do I find more aesthetically pleasing?
Which one do you choose? The one that you choose, that is an artistic choice because it has no utility.
It's an aesthetic choice, which is a different thing than an artistic choice. Again, art implies intent. And I disagree that art has and serves no purpose. Art serves plenty of purpose and can serve many purposes depending on the artist and depending on the intent of the art or the intent of those viewing the art. Do you disagree, Tuna?
I disagree, yeah.
Why?
So, well, one, I think that you've gotten yourself into a confusion about what the statement means. So, like, what he's trying to, one way of looking at it, the way that a lot of people talk about in philosophy is you would say that art aesthetic value is supererogatory. That's what the implication is. I disagree with them too, but I'm not going to say that art has a set purpose. So if the
art doesn't
cone,
have to have a set purpose. No, I'm saying
are you
it's
saying that
not.
art
What I'm
can't?
saying is, and maybe I can word this better. It's very possible I'm wording it incorrectly.
Sure.
Can art have purpose? Is that your
Yes,
question?
it can.
Of
It
course.
doesn't have to.
But that's the question. Does the art have the purpose, or are people just saying that they like art, or are people saying that they like art for this, that? It's not in art itself. That's what they mean when they say that statement. So what they're trying to say, art is when you get past the threshold of undeniable
that's
purpose.
not true, and let me tell you why, right? You can write, and many people have done art for the purpose of propaganda, for example, right? To propagandize a nation or a group of people in order to view certain views, and they use art, posters, lyrics, songs, poems, etc., in order to get to this purpose. Absolutely, it can have purpose. And 7, thank you for the Prime sub, 3 months. Tuna shirt is the true art. That is true.
It's more like you can use a hammer to open up a tuna fish can or something like that. That's not even a great example, but things can use
tuna fish,
things
not tuna
outside.
Chip. Tuna fish.
Yeah, you can use things for outside of a purpose, right? I mean, you can use a window. You could break a window and use glass, to cut
outside
something.
of its intended purpose.
Outside of its intended purpose, right? So we're talking kind of and we are being very philosophical and what is art inherently? And you're saying, well, it can be used for propaganda. Okay, yeah, but it's this idea, and I guess just to go back to the anecdote, and I won't go too far into it, is just to say that it's as you were saying, it's an expression, but it's not a utility. It's not a tool. You can use it as a tool, but it has no inherent purpose outside of its own
Let's do an
expression.
experiment right now. An experiment with my chat. So right now we're in a hype train chat, okay? I am saying that this conversation is art, and the purpose of my art today is to get that hype train to be filled. If we fulfill our purpose, we'll have another caller. If we do not fulfill our purpose, we will not, and I will end the show. So I am making art into a purpose right now because, again, I am intending this chat to be art, and that is the purpose on which I am trying to get it to fulfill. So yes, art, absolutely, and we were demonstrating it live in real time, can have a purpose.
Let me push back on you here, Wick. Nobody is disagreeing. There's constant bickering happening here, and it's because there's confusion about what the word art means. In one instance, you were appealing to the common sense, the common use, where you're saying, obviously propaganda where someone made a picture because it was artfully made, but it was with intention. And then in other instances, you're going to say, art is when
Thank you for the gift.
Art is when I put purpose to something that I discover. Whether or not I would really ask you to think just for a moment. Are we talking about? And this is why I don't like talking in the noun sense. I like talking about it in the adjective sense. What I would say is that the artism, the artistry within something is out of will to make it exist. It is direct. It is not ulterior. So when we talk about utility, we're talking about when we talk about making a picture for utility, the artistry is everything that is beyond the measure of its utility. So you do all the research to figure out that a picture of a Chinese man with giant teeth in a straw hat versus a picture of a Chinese plane dropping planes. You're making this propaganda. You have to choose between these two, and you say, well, the research studies say that both will be equally effective at allowing us to go to war with China with consent from the populace. How do you choose between the two? Some part of you has to say, you know what? I just want to see those nasty buck teeth out there. And that part of you is you exercising artistry inside of propaganda. The utility is right here, and then everything that you do past the point of utility is artistry.
But there's a lot of, you act as if we have this utility calculator that we can measure and granularly find the exact utility and the exact amount of the shape or the effort put into a thing which will affect the utility of the thing. I don't think we can in a lot of ways, especially when it comes to propaganda. And I think that and this can work both ways. Like, you can make very effective propaganda that is more effective because you put less effort into it, right? There are ways to do that. And I think that, like, at the end of the day, you cannot separate the artistry and the utility because
Yes, you
it
can.
serves. It serves into it. It's like a river flowing downstream, and you're talking about the river feeding into the thing, right?
At any point that something is supererogatory, it needs to be justified by another means. And it tends to be artistry. It tends to be that we want to beautify the world, or we want to actually sometimes make the world uglier. We want to influence people. We want to make these aesthetic decisions with some kind of intent. And it doesn't mean that art can't have purpose. We agree on that. What I'm trying to say, and what I'm defending with that perspective, is to say that artistry is that which goes past expected, predicted, understood utility. I'm not trying to be objective here. I'm trying to say from the subjective, because I am a phenomenologist. I do believe that the thing that we're talking about when we talk about art is a perspective, an experience of the thing. So when I say orange cone, yellow cone, I'm picking orange because I think orange is a better color, and I think that yellow is overdone. If I have to choose between buck teeth or a plane dropping bombs that says, buy war bonds, I'm picking the first one back then because those propagandists, they were having a little bit of fun. They were having a little bit of fun with their racism, right? That's what that comes from. Artistry, it's somebody deciding what the world will look like, not out of utilitarian means, not out of purpose understood means, but just saying, hey, and while I'm here, we might as well put a little straw hat on him.
And I'd say, can I just say really quick?
If I may, because we have a 2-minute limit on this.
You can do it the whole time. Okay.
This is a time-sensitive issue. Okay, so
because I have to make propaganda.
By Tona's definition, the utility for getting us to keep going to the next caller was getting to the hype train. So anything after that, because we've reached that goal, so anything after that is the artistry. So any donations you make now, you, dear chatters, are now artists because you are engaging in artistry. So the subs and bits you give me in the YouTube chat from this point forward are artistry. Okay, sorry about that, Brento.
I would just say to speak to the go back to the cone thing, just to return to the end of the beginning. But the difference between the yellow and the orange cone is you, right? So even though it's a choice between something like that, it has no utility. In that sense, it's an expression of self, and in that sense, it's an artistic choice, I think. Now you could say all art is expression of self. Okay, what blah 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 blah, right? I mean, you can extrapolate that to nonsense, but I think that is the difference.
I mean, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about art. We're not necessarily talking about the object. So,
and I want to say thanks for having me, Wick. You can't kick me to the void. It was good talking to you.
Chat hates the art conversation.
Bye, Brento.
Get it over. Get it over with.
Bye,
Everybody
Brento.
wants to talk with me about art. Is it the shirt or is it the demeanor?
Yeah, this was we're bleeding viewers at a record rate, gang.
Absolute
We've
hemorrhage.
gone from we've bled viewers, but that's okay because we're raking in the cash. The Cold Hard Cast. Thank you, Saxon, for the 102 bits. Thank you, Ice Beans. Thank you, Based Haas, for the 300 bits. Thank you to all those who are donating, because that's how we continue to have these conversations.
The chippers are coming through.
Do you know who is next in line? We have Goat, Palestinian, or Vivian. Who do you want? I'll let you choose.
Who do I want?
Yeah.
Between a Palestinian and Vivian?
And a goat. And there's Goat, too.
From the river to the sea, baby. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Let's bring in Palestinian.
Bring the Palestinian in. I think I saw that name first, is really what I'm trying to say.
Palestinian. You were live, sir.
Can you hear us, buddy?
You're muted on your end.
That is true. Are you AFK, sir?
Well, if he's AFK, he's not going to answer you.
Well, that's the point. That's the point. We're putting on a performance here.
We're putting on a show.
Let's move on.
Okay. Well, I'll give him 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sorry.
To the white phosphorus. Okay.
Goat or Vivian?
Vivian.
Vivian, you're live.
Welcome back.
Oh, here we go. She's here. She's here. Great.
Are you gonna cat-sona us? Give us the cat-sona.
Of course I'm fucking here.
Absolutely.
Tuna Chunks. I got one fucking question for you, okay?
So clear the throat. Clear the throat. I want to hear the question.
Yeah, what's your fucking problem?
What's my problem?
Yeah, you want to start some fucking shit?
Yeah, let's start it.
What's your fucking issue, son?
Give it to me.
I'm asking you, bro. What's your fucking issue? Why are you fucking coming at me, bro?
Why do you hate cats, Tunachip?
What?
Oh, I like cats.
Why do you hate this particular one? Why do you hate Vivian?
I don't hate Vivian. I do think that Vivian likes to start shit, and I would love to see what this shit would be. But that's like entertainment. What's our conflict, Vivian? Give line. What's my motive? What's my motive? I can't act.
I was literally sitting in the fucking waiting room going, I fucking know this motherfucker has an issue with me and I can't even work out what the fuck it is. I cannot for the life of me remember what the fuck this dude was like railing at me about, like, what was it, like 6 months ago last time we talked? I don't even fucking know. You were losing your fucking mind. I cannot remember what the fuck it was.
You do say some soy shit.
Okay. Well, pick one. What silly shit?
Share.
You should do one of these call-ins with me.
I don't
by the
know.
way.
It's 6
You
months.
should do that.
You're
You should do that.
Are you forgetting?
Are you
that
available
I'm
next
forgot?
week, Vivian? We can do next Tuesday.
Yeah,
if you want to.
You want to check the.
Well,
check
maybe
the
Tuesday,
format.
because it's Thanksgiving, so I gotta check what I got. But next week.
Backing out now. I see. Scared. I understand what it's
me
like.
A little bit, Vivian. It's that the
a rat in a trap. What was it you said earlier? Wait, sorry, go ahead, Tuna. Chunks.
No, Viv. I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk. If you had to come up with a reason that I would have a problem with you, what's your best guess? Because I don't know.
I don't know. You said I say some really silly shit, but you have zero examples.
I'll just tell you right now. From past conversations, things that you've said, I have just gotten the impression that you're like an anarchitty, that your view is not very particularly materialist.
An anarchitty?
Yeah.
34 fucking years old, bitch. I've been an anarchist since I was like fucking 18. I'm well past anarchitty stage.
Okay,
I'm well past the whole.
Now.
Sorry, what?
If you want to have a conversation where
I'm still an anarchist, yeah, but like that doesn't. Anarchitty's a bit of a.
Okay, what's your
That's a mean term.
It's a mean term.
Yeah. You're just saying that you got the impression that I was an anarchist, but you decided to use a slur instead.
Use a slur. I'll use a slur. I'm not scared to use a slur. What I was saying is that you shared opinion. Hey, you want the answer? I'll give you the answer. Because if it's slurious to call someone an anarchitty, I have no problem with it. If you're asking me the only thing I remember, I have the vestige, the scrappling of a memory, is that you have given off the idea that politics is about who can be platformed, who isn't platformed, what ideas need to be championed, which ones don't. It has nothing to do with action. It seems very much so to do with doing online activism. I would define anybody that believes that online activism is a thing as an anarchitty. Any person who is an anarchist that is sharing their identity with the world, and the fact that they are an anarchist, I would say that's an anarchitty. You should be lighting a fucking bomb on fire and throwing it at a building if you're a real anarchist. If you're a real one, you do what the real ones used to do. That would be my prescription on there.
Murdering people.
Hey, I'm not saying that
what are we? Okay, hold on. I'm going to throw a flag at the play. If you're advocating that we turn to violence, I'm going to be against you, Tuna. What's going on?
I'm not pro.
I don't think that you have to murder innocent people to be an anarchist. What kind of fucking naive, ridiculous view of anarchism is that? Is this anarchism is chaos and violence? What the fuck? You're smarter than that.
It's not about chaos. It is about direct action, and it is about having an impact, usually local.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, definitely.
Okay. So
I've talked about that an awful lot. Yeah, I had an entire fucking harassment campaign for months against me because I shared a story of me and some friends kicking the shit out of the EDL when they got off the train in a town near where I used to live. So what do you want? Yes, real world activism is great. Like, I wouldn't go door to door and say, "Hey, I'm an anarchist. Can I tell you about anarchism?" I mentioned that I'm an anarchist in the Twitch political space because most people, some people, the people that I'm interested in fucking talking to anyway, already have an idea of what that means, right?
Sure.
I'm not trying to do a propaganda or a direct action. I'm here for my own entertainment and edification, and maybe to radicalize a few people slightly more than they're already radicalized. That's about it. If you're pretending that you're doing, like, I agree with you. If you pretend that you're doing like really great political activism on Twitch, you're a fucking hubristic twat. All right, you have no idea what you're fucking talking about.
You guys better combat Vivian's take here by giving me more money, okay? Every sub is one more flaw in her take. So if you don't like what she's saying, you give me money. The more money, the better.
Speaking of, what the one way in which Twitch can possibly be useful for activism, quote unquote activism, is fundraising. There's been some really good fundraising streams that have raised a shit ton of money for very, very good causes. But that is me being generous. That's probably about the best way that it can be used for any kind of activism, in my opinion.
Sure. And I mean, to be clear, streamers reasonably can't be non-contradictory anarchists or Marxists a majority of the time, because they would have to sacrifice being a streamer at some point in trying to ultimize their goal, unless they were saying like, oh, I think that like maybe some disabled people are like, oh, I probably couldn't get away with doing much action, so I can do it from my house. But yeah, Vivian, I don't know what the fuck the problem is. I know that when I see people vocalizing that they are an anarchist online, it usually is a bunch of people on the internet.
It upsets you.
I want to get my sentence out. It's a bunch of people like your Demon Mama Doe group, where you are existing online, you are doing some form of conversation, some form of community, you're building.
I don't know, didn't they just live in a commune? Like, it seems pretty anarchist to me.
Well, no, what I'm saying though is that the reason that you're stating that you're anarchist is because that gives that project that you're doing some protection from the critiques that it would get otherwise, such as if you have people in your ranks who draw.
No, it's because dumb
Wally for fun, for instance. You could say, well, we don't defend putting people down for things like that. Usually, anarchist is a way of eschewing some responsibility.
I can't brook these allegations, because I don't know shit about them. All right, so I don't know.
I'm just saying there seems to be a pattern. There seems to be a pattern with people calling themselves anarchists and doing some fucked up shit.
Sure, there seems to be a pattern with people getting on Twitch, being streamers, and doing some fucked up shit. Like, how many fucking streamers have been exposed for sexual harassment? Like, I personally know of at least 2 streamers who are fucking rapists who haven't been exposed yet. Like, that's the thing, buddy.
Wait,
everybody
I wanna
in
put a
this
pin in
fucking
this.
space.
Hold on. I want to put a pin in this. And dig into a little bit. If you know someone is a rapist, do you not have a duty to inform others of this? Right? If you know, right? I'm not talking suspect.
They're complicated situations, right? If somebody comes out and says X streamer raped me or whatever, then they get an enormous amount of scrutiny, harassment, etc. And a lot of victims don't fucking want that. If you intimate that you know that this person is a rapist, then that means that the streamer who committed that rape, and you accuse them of it, you say, "I know you did this."
What I would
means that they know that this person spoke and can then target them for the same.
What I would do,
so
if someone came to me,
place, frankly.
So if someone came to me, right, and said, "Hey, X raped me," right? The first thing I would do is say, "Have you called the police?"
Yeah, obviously that is a thing that I've said in both of these occasions. Yes.
And that's what I would encourage them if they felt comfortable to do, right? Because this
but
whole,
at the end
like,
of the day, it's the person that this happens to's decision.
Yes,
right?
yes, that's true.
What am I supposed to do in that situation?
I don't know.
Believe
but
me, I am filled with tumult and rage every time I see these two people's fucking names. All right, if I ever saw either of them in public, I would TOS. All right. I absolutely, and I'm stuck between a fucking rock and a hard place because I can't say anything publicly for the sake of the people who were hurt. Right. That's it. All right. Anyway, point being, okay, getting back to what me and Tina were talking about, because I can't give you any further details than that.
I know, but it's like a bomb to drop in the conversation. Like, oh yeah,
is it a bomb? Is it a bomb? Is it a bomb? Hey, chat. Is it a bomb to know that like a couple of streamers, right, out of the thousands that are out there, might be fucking rapists? Just bearing in mind what you know about streamers in general and the amount of fucking sexual harassment allegations and so on that you've seen in this space, like. Obviously, right? But the streamers in general are fucking mentally ill, let's be honest, right? Nearly all of them in this fucking space have some kind of mental shit going on. Yeah.
I feel like I have a superpower of just normal, right? Like, it's like fucking Superman here. But
they're all fucking insane, Tuna. Every like, streamers are fucking insane.
I hear what you're saying. All I'm trying to say is that there are certain words, there are certain identities that get shared on the internet, and people label themselves in ways that let them dodge accountability. And anarchist is one of them. At the same time, there are other ones. It's not the only one. So I know that when people create these communities and they describe them that way, I get a little sussed out. But I'm not even accusing you of that. And I'll be very clear. Definitely not accusing you of any foul play. I don't know, and I don't have any, suspicions of you doing anything sexually improprietous. But there are all kinds of fucking people are doxing, people are very often digging up information of people and threatening people's careers. And it's all justified under the label of a pseudo-political, but mostly social definition of self.
I mean, if you want to say that it's just people who claim the label of anarchists that are doing that, you'd be wrong there as well, right?
I'm not claiming that. What I'm saying is it's of a category, but we're by all.
Hey, it just feels to me like you're kind of like, well, hey, man, I can't believe you would just say that on a stream. That's crazy,
man.
That makes me think that you, pretty fucking sus, dude.
It's
pretty fucking sus.
Pretty sussy.
Yeah,
but that's like I'm saying, like these definitions, all of this stuff. This is bottom barrel. Viv, look me in the eyes.
I'm trying. Wait, let me get my puppet. Can I?
We have nothing to speak about Wick.
Am I looking at him now?
Yes, you're looking kind of in his direction. Good enough for government work.
That'll
go
do.
ahead.
That'll do. All right. Here we go. I'm looking at you in the eyes.
I'm
actually looking at the wall right now, but it's the only way I can make the puppet look at you in the eyes.
Look me in the amber orbs. What I'm trying to say is we have nothing to talk about, so we can move on.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's you know what? That's fair enough.
I basically do not have any problem with you. If I think that.
I mean, why would you? I'm fucking base as shit.
Now, I know that I do remember at some point being in the chat and being toxic to you while you were on the screen, or maybe you were in the chat saying something, but I have no idea what the fuck it was. And it's part of this.
Vivian, if you remember,
is it part of this space? You're gonna say, "Hey, I'm sorry for that. I apologize. That was shitty behavior of mine. I'll not do it again."
People call
that's
it
all right. I accept
and fucking.
No, it's fine. I accept your apology, Tuna Chunks.
We built a bridge. Okay, what's up?
Wick, I find it very weird that your definition of hate has become so refined over the last couple of days. Now that it's somebody asking you why somebody hates.
Do you know who hate? Like, by any definition, can you name someone who hates me? I can't think of.
By your definition, someone who's vehemently opposed to your actions. Sure, yeah.
Enough to believe that I would like. kill someone or something, then they might hate
Oh,
me.
you have to kill. Oh, you have to kill somebody.
No,
to be
again,
hated
I
now.
want to remind you what my definition was when Syrian girl puts out a tweet about how the IDF mowed down innocent civilians that were in
wasn't your
Israeli
definition.
territory. Like, I'd have to bring up the tweet again to get the exact
It's
wordage.
fine. It's fine.
You know what I mean? But there's a difference between that and I dislike.
You said hate was vehement dislike, possibly with some vitriol in there, and you made a little fist next to your chest and shook it. So that I remember it very distinctly because I was like, that's a really dumb definition.
This or
of hate.
something? I don't know. I don't remember.
Kind of like that.
Thing.
Kind of like that. Kind of like that.
I don't remember doing the fist thing, but fair enough.
No. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, look, hit me up.
I will.
We'll do the call in,
We'll
and then
show,
all the fucking assholes who constantly gripe at me in chat. I'm sure they will grow some enormous balls and come and say their shit to my face and actually debate me on the stuff they disagree with me on. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. I'm sure I won't just be sitting here going, "Come on, anybody, anyone at all."
We'll get callers. I promise you we'll get
balls.
callers. I can't promise the quality of those callers, but I can promise you we can get callers. Vivian, thanks for coming by, and for now,
see ya.
To the void. Gang, my tank is running low. We have one more person backstage that could possibly get on. But that tank, it's sputtering. The gas, like, we're in the car, we're driving, and oh, Saxon 102 bits is pretty good, but we're gonna need a little more than that. We're gonna at least either 500 bits or a couple gift subs, one or two. Oh, we got 100 out of that 500. We need a little more in the tank. Come on, you can do it.
Okay, while you e-beg, I want to ask real quick. People in the chat are talking about a list. Do you want to explain to me what this is?
Are we talking about tomfoolery's list?
I don't know. People are just saying something about a list, that I made the list. They're checking it twice. They're gonna figure out whether or not I'm naughty or nice. What list?
You made a list? Or what list are? There's a lot of lists. Okay, there's a meme about Vivian having a list, right? There's that meme.
Shit.
There's a meme. There's the list that we saw tomfoolery reveal on stream. I think it was a bit, but I'm not
What was the list
sure.
that you revealed on stream?
He revealed the list on stream, like it was an untitled notepad, of well, I'll just send you the
Yeah, send me the list. Send me the list.
I'll just send it to you. Hold on 1 second. Uno
Is it a shopping
momento,
list?
por favor.
Is it women he wants to sleep with?
I thought so initially, but I don't know. It could be. There's a lot of possibilities here. But see, this is him on stream showing the list, and the list includes, on the top of the list is 𝕬𝖏, and then we got weaponized discourse. We got rational version of Tuesday. We have 7. We have sulfur. We have amaranth, Aiko, Pamela Anderson, and at the bottom of the list is every girl who has ever talked to Destiny. And so what this list got, like, the most likely explanation is it's women he wants to sleep with.
Okay, so 𝕬𝖏.
But I don't know.
𝕬𝖏, we already know that Tom wants to stick it in 𝕬𝖏. WhickTV, that's a new one. That's a new one. I don't know anything. So Weppy, if Weppy wants to speak up, leak the DMs. Leak the DMs. We want to know. Rational version of Tuesday. What the fuck is that?
I think that's a member of his community. I'm not sure.
Okay. 7. So that I saw them on. They were on your panel recently. Sulfur. Who's that?
Sulfur's another person who she's in 𝕬𝖎𝖙's community. She was also in tomfoolery's community, and she sometimes comes around my community. Yeah, she's nice.
Amaranth.
We already know who that is.
Amaranth is the first person that is not a part of the space. Then Pamela Anderson. Those are the wrenches. This feels like when you find like a little piece of paper on the ground, and you pick it up, and it just says like, cardio, wallet, protein powder, 17 bombs.
Well, I asked tomfoolery what this list was, because I was dying, right? I saw this list, I was like, what the hell is going on here? So I checked it out, like I asked him on Twitter, and he's like, you know what the list is. First he said, oh, sorry, I was just deleting 7 off that list. That was the first thing he said to me. I was
What
like,
did 7 do recently? Oh,
I
wait.
I don't know. Okay, I don't want to talk about.
7
But
are these
when I mentioned that didn't explain the list at all, because it didn't explain the list, it didn't tell me anything, any information about what the list
put it
is.
into ChatGPT. What do all of these people have in common other than 7, who has recently been removed?
Okay, what does ChatGPT say?
I'm firing it up.
Like I said, this might just be a bit.
So I put
Probably
it into ChatGPT. I put it into ChatGPT, and it has sent me a link to the DSM-5 page for borderline personality disorder. So I'm not sure what Tom's going for here, but he might actually get Sunday on the case, because we might have a legitimate therapist on our hands.
Look, maybe that is a possibility. It is what it is. It's a, like I said, I think he did a meme. It was a bit, it's just amusing to me. Because it very well might not be. I don't know. For now though, we will bring on Palestinian, because he says he can speak now.
Oh.
Palestinian, what do you got? And then if we get no more fuel, we're just gonna end it. Okay. So we need more fuel if we want to keep going. So Palestinian, what you got? You said you were ready. You're muted on your end. Last chance, buddy.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello from Gaza. I gaze out at the hate. I gaze out at the way that people look the other way when the police do things that might not be law and order. Who am I? Who am I, Tuna? Who am I, Wick? Am I the Palestinian? Or am I the person who has been turned into the subhuman that's acceptable to be banned and banned and banned? And why?
This is Saxon.
Why? Why?
You
of course.
Obviously, you obviously have to know. Maybe not obviously. Obviously not the word. You do know why you were banned, correct?
No, because there was no talking about it. There was none of the rules of the Wix server followed at all. There's recordings there too, because in the politics server, Doobie says always be recording. And Discord does also now say everyone should be using the new clips feature, because body cams on cops is what we do in the real world, right? So to be able to have some proof of what's actually going on instead of relying on the lies of fucking DGG. So tell me, Book, tell me, Tuna, tell me, Kilo, why was I banned from Mr. Girl? Why was I banned from anywhere? Anywhere. Anywhere. Can anyone state a reason other than, oh, because you're banned other places? Oh, because you're Palestinian, because you're Gaza. Gaza.
Are you Palestinian? I don't think you are.
Who cares? Do I have to justify myself in this way? Is it wrong? Say it was wrong. Say it was wrong.
Look, I don't have the reason you were banned up on my screen, but I have seen you break toss.
Find it.
I will tell you. I'll tell you. This is my supposition. This is my theory. This is my hypothetical. Is you were banned because you're a toss risk, because you go on people's shows and you break toss, and it threatens their livelihood and income.
Never once.
That's not true.
And on Chud, it was an accident.
Even accidental.
Because you weren't there. That's right. Within Twitch, TOS is singing a song and academically discussing the N with the hard R word. And the Ice-T song from Uncle Ice-T, straight up, has to the oppressed, everyone is an oppressed. Hard R. That was it. And then it went crazy, because this space is filled with people who don't care about truth. They care about being able to enable their power. And in this space, the only power is exclusion and threatening exclusion. So
Palestinian?
Because I like Chud so much at the time, I was fine and dandy with whatever. I'm terribly sorry, Chud. I didn't mean to do that. It had nothing to do with what people want to believe it is. And this is why this is the time. This is why this is a good point. When somebody online said, why did Wick server do this? I said, let's let this one cook. And now is the time to take it out of the oven, Wick. Because you know who's watching? Lex.
Well, he
And
was.
Lex,
I
don't
don't think he's
likes the
watching
idea
anymore.
of,
If I had to guess,
okay,
he
well, that's
probably
fine.
left. He was here earlier, though.
Well, you can justify anything you like, Wick, but he can watch the VOD.
I guess.
You can't watch the VOD
Look,
of Chud because
my
it was pulled, right?
let me
That's
give you
right.
my
So
thing. I'll give you the spiel because we've had this
proof of
conversation
me
before.
being so horrible, where is it?
We had this
So again,
conversation
Wick, can
before.
you speak
If
to
you
the
have an issue,
okay, I feel you, Tuna. You speak up for me.
no,
Bird.
just let me finish what I'm going to say, and then you can deal with it, right? And then you can engage with it. Here's what I say. I have removed myself from moderating my Discord community. I have given it the responsibility to do that into the hands of my mod and admin team. And I have empowered my mod and admin team to take certain actions if they feel that someone is a threat to TOS, a threat to my server, or who has break the rules and to enforce my rules. So, if you have a problem with their decision, you have to go through the proper channels. And I am not the proper channel, right? I am not the proper person to come because I don't know why you got banned. They would, right? So unless my admin team is here willing to jump on right now to talk it out with you, right? And that's up to them. I don't even know if they're watching right now, right? But if they are, they can absolutely come in and have a heart-to-heart with you about why they banned you. But I don't know. And that's my answer.
I
and
understand, Wick. This is the Destiny model of arm's length unaccountability. You know,
bro, it's not about accountability. It's about my fucking sanity.
To be able to go,
Wick,
it's not my responsibility, but you own the server.
Wick,
Your
let me tap
career is here. I'm saying that if you want to do that, that's fine, but it leads to what happened with Destiny. It leads to what happened with Mr. Girl. It leads to what happened in Palestine. You get it? If you aggregate your responsibility with a chuckle, you don't even have your hoodie on, sir.
I don't have my hoodie on.
No, it's the corruption of Wick. When
oh my God, man!
This kind of embarrassment.
Tuna, go ahead. Tuna, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is the bottom line. This is the bottom line. It's embarrassing to realize that you put yourself in a position where it is a bit untenable when you say, well, it's not my responsibility.
Because I have, look, I will tell you.
I got some volunteers.
I will tell you. I will tell you. My mental health could not stand both running a stream and a Discord community because every time someone would have a problem, because I used to take.
Hey, I understand implicitly.
Oh God.
Implicitly from the get-go that this is not the kind of business that is easy to do. That's why when saw Lex come in, I'm like, yeah, man, Wick's on his way up. But to get there, you can't just fucking go, well, it's hard. You know how much it takes to start a $1 million a year restaurant?
God.
$2 million? How much do you have to lose in a business to gain traction? Like, it's a responsibility as a business owner, sir.
Palestinian. Where's your business?
Tuna.
Where are you speaking from? We want to know. Because what I see, and this is
most
totally
of my
normal.
business is
every
helping
successful
people who are
business.
exponentially impoverished. It's called homelessness. You know, homelessness is one of the main industries I work with, sir. People who are treated like shit by society. Fingers in ears.
Thank you. What I'm trying to say is that Wick has delegated duties onto other people. He doesn't give a shit. And frankly, nobody normal would give a shit about one person getting banned from their fucking server. You're disposable. You're just like one person in the community. And he clearly has very, very little reason to give a shit. Why would you expect him to? And I
because he's smart and he's compassionate, obviously. And this is obviously part and parcel with being able to have the way of looking at these things in a deeper level. It's like a extended Bohm dialogue through a non-violent communications lens.
You were welcome to try, like, you were welcome to talk to my admin team about unbanning you, but again.
How do you do it? How do you do it?
Have you DM'd them?
See, the thing is, what I used to love is I used to look at the Vosh and Destiny Discord appeals processes, especially the Destiny one, with like, wow, these guys got such a beautiful appeals process. There's a website, there's a thing. And then I started to experience it. And then I said, you know what, this is all just lies. This is bullshit. There's no real adjudication. There's no real appeals. Hey, Wick, have you ever been banned off Twitch yet?
No.
Mr. Girl was. No appeal. Have you ever been banned off YouTube yet?
No.
Mr. Girl was. 3 times now. Have you ever been banned off your Patreon? So where is your appeals process as a business owner if you get fucked up? Because you should be protecting yourself like crazy from getting banned off these platforms.
Sure. Do you know what I do to protect myself?
Isn't it true? Whoa, Palestinian. Isn't it true that maybe Wick has people that are helping him defend himself by banning people that supposedly drop hard R-N bombs inside of people's streams?
Supposedly, this is the thing that in Canada, when the Jewish refugees were coming from the Nazi fucking Holocaust, an MP stood up and said to the question of how many Jews should we accept as refugees?
Oh my God, man.
None. They said none is too many. But you know what the Constitution says about the rights of all Americans, and by extension,
when you find a
all
sequitur,
humans?
let us know.
None
When you find
is too many. One
when you
innocent
find
person being put in jail, is that right?
Can I check really quick? Wick, do you want to just void him? Because at this point, it's a conversation with a wall that hates Jews. And if I wanted to talk to a wall that hates Jews, I would go to Gaza.
Wait. Call me by my name.
A Palestinian.
You know my name. No, my real name. Tuna.
I don't know
Stop
what your name
doing
is.
This,
You sound like you're halfway between reservoir.
Why do you guys lie like this? This is the thing. When a person gets the Mr.
We don't know who you are.
Face to go, you're lying.
I don't know who you are.
Lying. You're all smiling in the way that is so nice. Because this is ultimately about.
You're Saxon. I know who you are.
Oh, this is Saxon?
This is Saxon.
What do you fucking mean?
I've never heard your voice, man.
Buddy. You don't know my voice because it's been muted over and over again. Why? Because
I've never been in a room with you before.
To show off how cruel they can be.
No,
That's my shtick from the beginning.
Legitimately did not know that it was you, and then even beyond that,
I'm terribly sorry.
Yeah, the only gripe you have with me, you sent me a bunch of stuff
I have no
about
gripe with you.
Well, okay, you don't have a real
gripe
gripe
with
me.
anyone technically. You guys are the best of the best. Okay.
Thank you. My cock is my cock is chrome.
I'm
right
gonna
now.
I'm gonna need some more money to put up with this, gang.
Yeah.
Keep putting fuel in the tank while we go.
With Chud, do you know how many thousands of pounds it took to get back into the Discord, only to have Bloody DK say in a fit of his regular peak, "There's only one room for 1 gig of
I promise you.
Say anything
I promise you, if you give me thousands of dollars, I will give you special protections. How's that?
I know, and this is wrong, sir. This is for humanity and civilization.
Kilo may have some issues, so
that's why I bought the Destiny Tier 4 sub. To be able to get the near impervious ban armor only for Destiny. When I asked him, I said, "Is this like actually good for anything?" He said, "No." And
okay, well, I'm not Destiny. I can't speak to Destinies, but I promise you, give me thousands of dollars, there will be.
Destiny,
you won't be immune.
Way of just saying it's someone else's fault, and I'm like, that's fair if you can fire the fuckers like Hamas. We can like vote out the bums, right?
$5 from Zebra put up with it.
And they're working so hard. And they want to do a good job, eh? They want to do a good job, eh? But then they get a little drunk, eh? And then they ban you, eh?
500 bits. Moderators are true oppressors. Ban the moderators. Support Skitch.
Let's ask tomfoolery about the most recent moderator abuse that was discovered. Oh my days. See, the thing is, when you know you're righteous, right? And maybe I'm wrongtious, But if I am righteous from the get-go, then it's this long ride to get to a point where everyone's eyes can be focused on the same kind of situation in the world, which is, oh man, I didn't know people got abused like that. 2 million people in the size of Washington, D.C., and all their water got turned off, their electricity got turned off, their babies were being blown up like 24 per day or something. What is going
I've been
on
paid
in the
money.
world is now what so many people can
Just
now
real
see
quick,
all at the same time.
$10 from Small Peanut to say void him
Come
and let
on,
me on.
chat. We need the money. Not
Gang.
for that. Fuck that. That's evil. That's
If you
evil.
want to
That's
keep
why
him
this
on,
space is
if
the
you want to keep him
cruelty.
on, you got to give me
Nobody will.
$20.
It'd be so cool if they did. Watch Lex. Lex, please.
Kilo.
Lex,
Kilo.
drop the bomb.
Kilo. You know why Saxon is banned.
He is, let's introduce Kilo. He is a moderator from the get-go at Mr. Girl, right, Kilo?
No, that's not true. No.
Then tell us, the Steel Man, what is true, sir? Please. I hate this fucking
What's true is
delay of
your
fucking game.
Do you want to know what's true is you're banned from 90% of all Twitch Pulse servers, and you not once have accepted that you might be a little bit responsible for it.
I have actually from the get-go, sir. You don't remember it because you don't know nothing, sir.
What have you owned up to? What have you accepted accountability for your part in being removed from servers? What have you said was your fault?
For being a person who doesn't have control when bullies are shitting on people and I yell at them. Yeah,
Okay.
I own up for that.
So, for instance, the time when I removed you from my community for breaking the terms of what I brought you in for in the first place.
Let's make this a party. Let's make this a party.
No one, you didn't bring me in. This is ridiculous. You're making up shit.
Make it in a party. Let's go.
Go ahead. This is Kilo. Bring out the air out your laundry because this
Okay,
is your stupid little server with 2 people in it.
Like nobody gives a fuck about you. You're whatever. Move the fuck on. Go the
Actually,
fuck
some
up. I have
people
to.
do care about me. Tuna rather
No, they
cares
don't.
about
No,
me.
they don't. No, they don't, honey. Go sit in your little
Just
corner
a
and
shrill
shut the fuck up.
voice. Maybe
Go shut
you
the
have
fuck
to
up.
use the word
Go shut the
honey
fuck
to
up.
denigrate
Go
a
shut the fuck
person.
up. Go shut the fuck up.
Why
Go
do you
shut
have
the
to
fuck up.
use this
Are you done?
DGG
Are you done?
language?
Are
Can't
you
you
done?
actually
Are you
evolve
done?
dialogue?
Are you done?
Look at
Are
my
you done?
mute, lady.
Can you shut up? I actually have a real question
Sorry, I'm
because
just a woman.
unlike you, I work a fucking job and I don't sit at home on Discord all day.
My
Anyways.
job is helping homeless people, actually,
Okay,
lady.
bitch, then go do that. Bye-bye. You're done. Anyways, I have a
That's what
question,
I
Wick
do all
and
day. I
Tunachip
don't have to go anywhere.
about
I'm doing it right
working.
now. Wick is practically homeless.
I have a question about work.
Well, practically.
That's
I
not
mean,
fair.
comparatively, not to like Palestine.
Texan, this is why
wouldn't you
everyone
like to be
kicks
living in a
you.
mansion and a yacht, Wick?
Can I
Lex
just
has
say
a
what I
mansion
wanted to
and
say?
a
I
yacht.
fucking paid. Wait a minute. I paid money to get this guy out of here to let me on. Did I not?
That's fine. Can I just say what I wanted to say and then I'll fuck off?
Yes.
Yeah, I love you, Kilo. You're
Good
fine.
luck.
Hi,
I think
Kilo.
lady here needs to
Hey.
speak because she's
Look,
important.
Saxon. So I'm not gonna sit here and say that I don't care about
Kilo,
you.
you've been a fair, kind
You
person.
have
I
to let
support
Kilo
you.
speak.
I want
Saxon,
everyone to
Saxon,
know
I'm going to mute you.
in his efforts. Thank you.
Saxon, I'm going to mute you unless you let Kilo speak.
Interlocutor. I'll watch my mute.
Saxon. I think that you've been doing this shtick for quite a long time now, where you appear in people's chats and you cause a fuss and you try to get sympathy and you try to make a spectacle of yourself. It seems like what you're trying to do is maybe pressure some of the ownership of these different communities into letting you back in, and gain some public support in an effort to do so. But part of the problem is that when you come on and you equivocate your experience of being banned in a few Discord servers to like people in Palestine, it makes
Keep
it
it to
really,
single
really
points
hard.
so we can respond, Kilo. You can't fucking ramshambo
Okay,
here,
well,
buddy.
the problem here for you, Saxon, unfortunately, is that you are ban evading, and someone has paid me now. I've gotten almost $30 to kick you
You
off.
want $1,000 right now, Wick?
Yes.
$10,000 right now, Wick?
Yes.
Is that what it takes for you to pay attention to your own fucking career and your own business?
$1,000 and you can stay on.
To lie to yourself with this ban evasion bullshit?
I'll give you a minute to give me $1,000.
Gazinian, actually?
Like, I think you should.
Shit, this is what I do, Kilo. To speak
Yeah,
to
I
your
actually
point,
have a question and
what
an
I am
opinion
doing
on
is not for
something.
myself. It's for every person on the planet who gets treated like this, sir.
Saxon,
Fuck
Okay.
off, dude! I'm fucking Jewish. Okay,
Feel as though you have been legitimately
Okay,
accused.
sorry, Saxon.
All right.
Thank you. Can I ask my question? And I paid money.
You did. Go ahead.
Okay, so I started working, and I work long. So I have a question. When do you think is it enough to go complain to your manager about unprofessionalism? Because I can name some issues that I've been having. I can tell you for one that my manager likes to text me. My pharmacy lead likes to text me at 11 o'clock for issues with the schedule. 11 p.m. when I should be sleeping. I've had issues with coworkers who have mocked me, been rude to me, made fun of me, and gossiped about me. Where do you think you can draw the line where to go to your manager or somebody higher up when enough is enough and what's unprofessional to the point where you should go and say something?
Man, good question. Mantis or
Real
Tuna,
questions, right?
do you have any thoughts here?
Oh my god. I was not listening at all. I have something I wanted to
Okay,
talk about.
we'll get to you. We'll get to you. Okay, well let's deal with
Sorry,
Peanut.
Peanut.
First.
You're fine.
We'll deal with Peanut first. Here, I'll put you backstage for now. How's
Hey,
that?
Peanut.
Mantis?
Yeah, do it.
Hello, hi Tuna.
Hey, how we
Did
doing?
you hear any of my question? I'm good. How are you?
My understanding of your question. By the way, we just went live, so say hi to everybody in our chat now. We asked the question one more time. My understanding is, how far is too far before you start a ruckus with your supervisor? Correct?
Right.
It really comes down to whether or not the behavior that is being leveled at you is I know it sounds stupid because it's like such a throwaway. Does everybody else that you work with agree that that is acceptable or not? Because if you bring it up to the attention of your coworkers and they all think that it's okay, like I used to work in a used to work as a prep chef in a kitchen. It is normal to call each other the most insane things possible. It is normal to say, you know, pull your pants up, you fucking idiot. Or, you know, you'll say something like, hey, who left the gas on? You're all gonna get fucking murdered. You know, you'll say things like that, and that energy makes sense in a kitchen. Doesn't make sense inside of an office building. What kind of place do you work in?
I work in a pharmacy.
Yeah. And what are they saying to you?
So basically, I've had people mock me. I had one of my coworkers get in my face
Are you
and like
being a
say
loser?
some shit to me. What?
Are you being a loser?
I'm not being a loser. I'm new. I've only been there for like 2 months, so I'm the new girl who's still learning everything and training. So people should really like try and be helpful, not get in my face, mock me, make fun of me, and especially not having my person that does the schedule text me at 11 p.m. when she needs something. Like that really pisses me off.
Here's my answer.
Okay.
If it's consistent, you've talked to them personally, they haven't stopped, right? You've addressed with them, right? It's still happening. It's impacting your ability to do your job. Then yes, escalate.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I just you only escalate things if you think that you can get away with escalating them. Like, don't sacrifice your job. You might be able to.
Oh yeah, if you don't think this will work, yeah, I agree with you. If you don't think that escalating will work, then don't do it. But I don't know your workplace. I don't know it at all.
Right.
But like if there are procedures to go through and you can bypass this person, right? And they will take you seriously, then by all means. But make sure you have all your ducks in the row, right? Make sure that you document these things. Document. So when you come to them and say, hey, this is what's happening, you have receipts. And you say, they did this at this time, here's the evidence. They did this other thing at this time, here's the evidence. Without that, before anything, document, get that in writing, get that done, whatever evidence you need, and then bring it to the people so they can't ignore you. That would be my advice.
Yeah, I mean, just read the work environment. A pharmacy is not typically a place. By the way,
never forget, and this is from NoCal Mike, never forget HR is always going to protect the company over an individual employee. So if you do go complain, make sure you've documented everything and try to have receipts.
Here, we're fucking frozen. Let me fix this.
You're good now.
No,
You're good now.
you say, oh yeah, I'm not frozen anymore. Hell yeah.
Not anymore.
No, that you have to read the work environment, see whether or not it's better for you to wait it out or to go to HR. Go to HR only if you absolutely need
Well, I
to.
wouldn't be going to
because it's
HR. I would
basically
be going to
becoming
my
the
pharmacy manager. No HR. Like I would be
even then,
talking to the
even then,
pharmacist.
you stand up to coworkers and you bring somebody else in, or you wait through it. All of these decisions come down to like really slight minutia. I have not been made fun of to my face, at least at a workplace before, but I have like gone into a work environment where it was totally normal. My current work environment, some people are wretched at the job and they've been there for years and people don't say anything. Every once in a while behind the scenes, because we have a work Discord, we will talk shit about people that suck at the job, people that are annoying, people that have all this stuff. And that's our way of coping. To do it out in the open is rare. But everybody has those thoughts and they share those
So
thoughts.
I'm also the new girl. So it's like everybody's already been there for years. They all know each other. So like I'm still training. So right, I may mess up or do something wrong. So they're like, oh my God, or like they might get annoyed because I'm still learning everything. So, but the kind of environment is not where people are like, I've worked in places where people kind of like openly banter, and it's really not that kind of environment considering our pharmacy is open and like we have patients. So like you can't really say like, oh, you're a fucking dickhead to somebody because the patients can hear that and then it just ruins the whole thing. That makes any sense.
It does. I don't like. I think at this point, right? Like, all you could do is all you could do. Again document, get
I just
receipts.
wanted to hear your thoughts on it before because I spoke to my mom about it too. My mom was like, "Listen, you're the new person. Wait it out a little bit. If it doesn't get better, you can always transfer to a different store."
That sounds solid as well, right? It depends on how much it's impacting you. But either way, even if you don't end up doing it, right? Even if you don't end up escalating it, get receipts anyway, just in case. It's better to need it.
Well, thank you
Or
guys.
it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. But Small Peanut, thank you again. I appreciate it.
All right, have a nice night, you guys. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
What if Small Peanut transitioned and changed their name to Small Penis? Consider it. Consider it, Peanut. Take it into consideration. How we doing, Goat?
Goat.
This is Goat, right?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got a camera for us?
Yeah. Yeah. A cam. One sec. I DC'd the last time I turned on my cam. So let's see.
No, you didn't deceive DC. We removed everyone. But Goat, what's up?
Okay.
What you got for us? Also,
yeah,
really
so
cool background. Are you outside?
This is okay. So a little bit to the other polar side from Palestinian and Israeli. This is the Israeli parliament.
Oh, well,
okay.
cool. Oh, so are you in Israel right now?
Whoa. Yeah, I'm in Jerusalem.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome. Hi. What can we do for you?
Do you see this light? Yes.
Yes.
Like this light is for the kidnapped hostages.
Oh.
So it's like and like
we did the same thing with the 9/11 memorials. We had a large lights in the sky, right? And made it in the shape of the towers. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so I have a few points. A few points.
Please.
I was very excited. First of all, I'm like a huge fan of you. Okay, like once I discovered you, I was like super surprised that you had like 5K subscribers. It's like it's insane. Like, what's wrong with the YouTube algorithm?
True.
Seriously, I mean,
preach it.
Yeah.
Go on.
So, like. Yeah, so you're doing a great job, and like people are like giving you hate for like non-legit reasons because you're very compassionate and very empathetic, and I don't see a reason why a person who like you should like I don't know, should get shit. It's not fair. So like
I
keep
like
going.
you.
Like
keep going.
Yes. So yeah, so I by the way, I gave you like a plug in the Israeli Reddit for people who like are interested in non-biased like left leaning like channels like that talk about politics. I know you do lots of debates, okay, and they're great content, okay. So like I love your panels.
Thank you.
And so basically I give you a little plug for people who are searching for this kind of content, and genuinely, like, it's kind of people from the left in Israel are having a hard time of finding streamers that talk about politics and that are not Jewish, like, and Jewish or Israeli, or like have people who have like a horse in the race, let's say it
Skin in
like
the
that, like,
game, yes.
yeah, skin in the game. So like it's very hard to come by, and I very appreciate, and like I really appreciate you for like
Well, thank you.
For your for your like for
If
everything that
you
you're
are
talking about. And
if you are interested in that kind of content, Monday at 6 p.m. I'm having a Jewish Voices panel where Jewish individuals, not just from Israel but from all over, are coming in to talk about Zionism and Israel as well. So that might be interesting content for you and yours. I'm going to be moderating that.
No, that sounds great. Oh, that's great. I'll write it down. Okay, so I have like a few
Yes,
stuff on my
please.
hand, that like a few points I need to talk. I wanted to talk about. So first of all, yeah, okay, you said thank you, and thank you for the for the pushback against the weird ass like the left phenomenon. Okay, I gotta tell you that this is like the first time I'm seeing like this. I don't know. This is like, it's weird, but like, okay, I used to be a Hassan fan, okay, and I'm like pretty socialist, and I like this ideology, okay, because it was like, equality for everyone. But like after the war, like once the war began, like I saw these weird ass takes, and it's something like doesn't connect, okay, in my mind. Like, how can a person who is a socialist, okay, who is pro equality for all, how can a person who's a socialist like do this like leap of logic into like it's okay to kill lots of other people for whatever reason, like for whatever reason, like it's like putting a double standard. Okay, socialists are supposed to be like pro equality, no?
Do you
I don't know.
Tuna.
Do you know the historical trend in socialism that happens, or I should even just say, just exercise Marxism between that happens between traditional Marxism into Marxist Leninism? Do you know about like the history with the USSR, and what do you know what I mean when I say socialism in one nation or in one country?
Pretty much, if I'm not wrong, it's like it's okay to be, it's like being socialist in like a global standing, and like having all countries like not be okay, being less nationalist. You mean like nationalism wise? Okay,
Yeah.
that
So when you get into ML, one of the founding texts is socialism in one country, and we are talking about this idea of moving away from the cosmopolitan revolution, where there is equality and it will happen all at once. All of the nations will create a socialist utopian world, yada yada yada, into saying there needs to be not only a vanguard, a world vanguard, but there needs to be a country that acts as vanguard. So a lot of these socialists do become nationalists and do believe that there needs to be some form of project, some kind of body. And some of them believe that the United States can become an instrument towards that socialist project. That if they take the reins, if they are able to politically control the United States and use it as an instrument to create world socialism, they could theoretically do it. Kind of batshit.
How does that work with America bad?
Exactly. That is one of the main contradictions that comes up, is that you would
yeah,
imagine a lot of these people.
It's like insane cognitive dissonance. I don't know how can you function under like these weird ass contradictions.
Well, and this is the hard truth to swallow here, is that many of these people when they say we believe in equality for all, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, don't actually believe that, right? They exclude groups, they exclude different peoples because they believe those peoples are less than or have done something so terrible that they do not deserve, right? It really depends.
Oh, fun fact.
Mm.
Fun fact. I actually, after the war began, I kind of like went like because I had like this something didn't connect like in my brain. Like how does socialism like how does it jump to like the leftist movement today? I kind of went through Marxist writings, and I found out he never says anything about equality. He doesn't say anything about equality, okay, between people. Like it's never brought up.
He's not necessarily, I mean, like, he's not necessarily even looking for equality. He's looking for a revolutionary consciousness. Communism, what
I'm
happens
pretty sure.
afterward?
I'm pretty sure he has like this thing of like blaming the bourgeois for having like this horrible class of people or like some object of hate, okay, in his ideology, and I didn't see it. Like because the way he speaks about the bourgeois is like we will swim in the blood of the bourgeois. You know how tankies today talk about the bourgeois. It's you can see it from his writings because he speaks of the bourgeois as being at fault of all of the what's it called, all of the middle classes, like all of the workers' problems. The bourgeois is at fault. The bourgeois is the one who's taking your money, who's taking your meaning of life, who's taking your freedom, taking everything from you. And it's like it's weird because it's like very, it's like creeping in. Like it's like very okay. You can see that he's like demonizing the bourgeois. Okay, at least from his writing.
The bourgeois is not an immutable class group. So when we're talking about equality, what they're talking about, and some of the funnest quotes that happen are not even necessarily from Marx himself. Marx is mostly an economist in all of this. It's the Marxists that follow. So you have the famous Foucault quote, something along the idea of when it's our turn, we will not apologize for the bloodshed. You have these more, and they're not even Marxist. They're they're postmodern. But the concept that's happening here, this idea of supporting any form of resistance, it's not actually in Marx, but it is in the people that
it's later writings.
It's in the people that like Marx.
Well, I don't want to like cut this short, but we do have limited time here, ma'am.
Wait, I cut you off. Wick. Before that, you were saying something, and I was like, "Fun fact," and then we pivoted.
It's all good. It's all
sorry
good.
for
But
that.
no, it's fine, and no need to apologize. It happens all the time. That's part of having an open discussion and a flowing discussion. But I wanted to give you a chance because you said that you had a lot of written down in your hand. Pick your last point, the important point you want to talk. We'll discuss it, and then yeah.
Okay, so oh, okay. I wanted to ask you about your military service in the language stuff because, like, yeah. So I myself served in the military intel, like intelligence, and like I was working with people from like language. What like can you
Mandarin
specify
Chinese.
What?
Mandarin.
Yeah, but like, were you like
I was a
what were you
cryptolinguist.
doing like?
I can't talk about too much, right? I can't talk about too much.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Okay.
Because,
but no, I was a cryptolinguist
myself
for a few
about,
years in the military and the Air Force. I served as a Mandarin Chinese cryptolinguist, and then I was reclassed into being a crew chief where I worked on planes. And so I spent a few years as a linguist, spent a few years as a mechanic, and then I got out. And that's the story, right? I can't go into too much details, right, with the linguist stuff, but
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I wasn't. I was myself in in intelligence, so like there are like lots of stuff I can discuss, of course. So like I would just wanted to appreciate the nuances you have, like the nuances I can see in your debates, like where like you're very, very, very compassionate, and you're very how do you say it? Like you're you're using logic, okay, and like I don't know, like I like your moral moral
I am
like values.
thank you. I
I
do.
like
I'm
your moral
flattered.
values.
I appreciate it.
Yes.
Ma'am, thank you for coming by. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'll definitely reach out to you and talk to you more, but for now though, I'm gonna bid thee adieu.
Yeah.
Well, that was
Well, your
pleasant.
biggest fan exists.
It looks like I have a fan, and that's great.
I was gonna say, man, you've got that's it's like the anti-Katie.
I want. Could we put them in the room together? Like, I know Katie doesn't want to talk to me anymore, but if we put them in the room together, what would happen? I don't know. That was great though. Let me. Okay. Mantis, let's bring her on.
Okay, what's up, Mantis?
Mantis, you're live.
Hello.
Hi.
You can hear me? It worked straight away this time.
Yeah, you're live. You're ready. What you got for us? This is probably the last caller, gang. By the way, unless you give me inordinate amounts of money, we're gonna end it. So.
Okay, guys, I think what Tom did with the list is really disgusting. It's horrific. Well, like, it's hard enough for us chicks to get up and talk and say stuff, and then we're not being listened to, and they go off and they create these little lists, and then, yeah. It's more objectification, isn't it?
Are you do you think that he made the list in earnest, or do you think that it was just a little gag to give us something to talk about? Because Pamela Anderson's on the list.
I thought it was a gag. I said it was a gag, and mostly it's just because I'm annoyed because I'm not on the list.
I was we were all thinking it. We were all thinking it.
It's so frustrating that we try so hard and nobody wants to objectify us. We get up there, we say a lot of stuff,
You know,
but we
if
don't
you use your
actually
camera
care.
more, you'd be objectified more. I think this is a you problem, not an us problem. Because here you are with your profile picture without your camera on. How am I supposed to make you objectify you physically and make like lewd comments about your body unless you show us it? In fact, we can't. So this is your fault. If you want to be objectified, you got to work at that shit, okay?
I would want to be objectified if I was looking a lot better right now, but I look like shit, A, and B, I just want someone to go and stalk all my social media and find me and then say that I'm hot and then talk about it on their streams. Is that too much to ask?
Look, if you want that kind of attention, you got to earn it from me, okay? I'm not just some guy who I
want to earn it from Tom.
Look.
Tom needs to objectify me and put me on the list.
Exactly.
Tom,
well, you better go into his call-in shows, and you better go work it. You can't just do this like half-ass it, right? You gotta be better. Tunachip, how would you objectify yourself to Tom? How would you get on the list?
Oh, I would. First of all, I would apply tons of makeup. I would wear.
Is your name Tuna?
Wait, did you ask Tuna or me?
Yes, I asked Tuna.
How would I get on the list?
Yes.
Well, listen. Okay. First thing is, I'm already on the list. I'm already on the list because I am. I know that the AI is working really good, but I am Pamela Anderson. I've been streaming on the DL. I was trying to get away from the fucking Beach Watch. What is it called? Beach Watch? I can't even fucking remember. I would crazy Max because I know what Tom's into. Tom likes a psycho bitch. So like that's his archetype. I'm not even making the accusation. So what I would do is I would watch as much WhickTV as possible. I would give as much money as I could because then I would have a verifiable identity as a crazy woman. And by doing that and maximizing that identity, I would get him so interested, maybe more interested in that he's ever been in another woman. I know what he likes. I know what he dislikes. And I know that he's playing the same game as me. Have you considered, Mantis, that the reason you're not on the list is because you're the woman he really wants, and he knows that by playing hard to get with you, that's the only reason that you want him now? Oh, have we discovered the truth?
Holy
that
shit,
the
you
fate
might
of
be right.
romance is in the cards.
He's over
Guys,
here.
you might be right.
Tom playing 4D chess, and the rest of us little apes up here trying to figure out how to put a square into a circular hole, and we just can't do it. He's just ahead of all of us right now. Okay,
What
I
are you
should make a
working with
list.
down
I should get a list, okay, and start making a list, and then
Get a
purposely
list. That's what I'm
exclude
saying.
everyone from it that I actually want to be on that list, right? And then have them come back to me. I don't think that would work because I think that's weird and creepy, but it's okay. It's okay. Anything else from
All right, guys.
anything
Just
else?
messing around.
I know.
And I've enjoyed the show all day. It's been really good. And yeah, I'm sorry about the Saxon thing. I got completely mindfucked back there. But yeah, aside from that, yeah, great show.
Oh, see you
Nice
later.
to see you, Tuna, as well.
Hey, yeah. Well, this is my first time meeting you, so see ya.
To the void. Okay, Saxon, 1 month subscribers is not $1,000. If you want to give me $1,000 in Kick subscriptions, I'll take that too. How's that? Because I get 95% of that. That'll work, right? So yeah, Saxon, do I get payouts? Yes, I get payouts. Just again, I get 95% of it in Kick. Just throw all those gift subs in Kick. Start dropping them. Start dropping that 100 gift subs. Just 100. What is it? 100's $500. So 200 will do. You know what? Give me 100 and we'll call it a day. How's that? 100 gift subs and Kick and we'll call it a day. How's that? We can do that.
It's not too much to ask.
I don't think it is either. Tuna, are you going to be streaming after this?
Yeah, I just actually went live
Okay.
and have been for the last caller and a half. I've been just grinding away. So yeah, if you're closing up shop and you want to raid over,
We
I will
are
be
about to raid over unless we get those Hundy gifts quick.
100
and in a
gifts,
hurry.
baby. 100 gifts.
Okay. And I want to thank all of you. I understand have to move money from your homeless funds, but you know what? I'm almost homeless. Look at me. I am struggling. I am suffering. What do we got coming up? So this weekend we got nothing because I'm going to be doing stuff, right? Not stream stuff. Monday we're going to have a panel on Jewish voices. That'll be at 6 p.m. Eastern. And then on a date yet to be determined next week, we're going to have the man panel with Lycan, with hopefully you can be there too, Tunachip. I want you there.
What day
we'll
is
try
it?
to work it out. Well, I don't have a firm date yet. That's a problem, right?
Oh, it will be firm when the day comes. It will be firm.
Okay.
Turgid, one might even claim.
But also remember, gang, that it's always free to like and subscribe. It is as our friend Goat said, it is a shame that I only have 5K subs. We need to get that number up. But thank you all. And for now, we are going to raid into Tunachip. So
see y'all soon. We are going to be doing some call-ins, so feel free when you get in here to use that exclamation point. If we got any mods in here, can you go ahead and do a pinned message with a link to the Discord, and then people go ahead and just do call-ins in the Discord. We'd love to have you.
Okay. For now,
sweet. Have a good night, Wick.
Good night. Bye.
Yeah.